Horseshoe Indianapolis in advance of a 9-race card here today. Hello, track announcer John Giudoli. Great to have you with us. We certainly appreciate all of you tuning in. 9 races, as I mentioned. We've got 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350 yards. That during the 6 o'clock hour, we kick off today's all main track card at 2:10. Yesterday, the start of the race week, Mother Nature played her hand again here at the races. We made it through a couple of races to kick off the racing week before we had that weather cancellation on yesterday's card. Not after a pair of winners, one ridden by Fernando de la Cruz, the meet's leading jockey, his 79th of the season in the opener, before Quibble took out a maiden mile under jockey Evan Roman for Mike and Penny Lauer. Out to the maiden ranks was Quibble after the second race, and then we had a weather cancellation, so only a couple of replays to show you earlier here during the course of the afternoon. 9 to look forward to here today. Weather-wise, a lot better than yesterday. We have a muddy main track getting closer to a start with all main track card. As I mentioned, we're off the turf course here today. For the official race day forecast, it's that time here during the pre-race show to head downtown. Check in with Macy Tetrick at WRTV6. Macy always joining us here talking about the weather and its impact on the track. Today, we've had clearing skies and we start off muddy. But for the official forecast, Macy, let's go down to you.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Skies are going to look cloudy as we head through the rest of today. Good news, though, as you're heading out through the afternoon, we should stay relatively rain-free, and it's not until late this evening that we've got the chance to see a couple rain showers moving back into the area, with temperatures warmer than yesterday. We'll be in the upper 70s. As we go forward, we'll cool down a little bit again as we look to tomorrow. We do have some additional rain and thunderstorm chances, so be prepared. You may want the umbrella as we look to Wednesday. Back to you, John.
All right, Macy, certainly the weather yesterday had an impact on our Monday racing program. It doesn't look like that's the case here today. We'll see what Mother Nature has in store for us. We appreciate that forecast for our Wednesday and Thursday cards to wrap up this racing week. Not sure if A.I. Allen keeps an umbrella handy with his selections here, but today's contest, penultimate week for Beat the Bot. Hope you're joining us here on track. Just go to the first floor OTB. By the way, you can pick up all those free tip sheets. Racing Rachel will be joining us here during the course of the afternoon. Also, Brian Aragoni. He'll be joining here the pre-race show and covering the races as well. And as I mentioned, we do have a quarter horse maiden juvenile to close out the card over the 350 yards. Martha Clausen will be joining us during the 6 o'clock hour here as part of the live broadcast. But contest-wise today, second to last week for this one, Beat the Bot. There he is. Thumbs up from A.I. Allen, hoping to beat your selections today. For all the players who beat A.I. Allen's total today, you'll be put into a $100 drawing that'll take place then next Tuesday. That'll be the final. So this is the penultimate week, as I mentioned, for this contest. Beat the Bot, new in 2025. We'll have that final next Tuesday for $2,500 up for grabs, with the top 6 from the series receiving part of that prize money, and the top handicapper getting $1,000. By the way, right now, Tim Mazinek topping those players with $315.10 as we head to the second to last week of our Tuesday contest. Beat the Bot, new in 2025. Be sure to take your chance at that and beat A.I. Allen and his picks on today's all main track card. Speaking of cards, we have a really nice one on tap tomorrow midweek, part of our racing program here on Wednesday. And of course, Thursday will wrap up this 4-day stretch with no live racing on Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. But tomorrow, a couple of premier races that we're really looking forward to with the Rick Moore handicap, saluting Rick and all the great work that he's done in the sport of racing, and the Don Dunham handicap. We'll have a couple of premier races here on the Wednesday racing program. Just to remind all of you about that. So hopefully you can join us here, both at the distance of 6 furlongs. And we'll have the Don Dunham as race 6, that with a field of 8, and the Rick Moore handicap, that'll be the 8th race with a field of 7. There you see the post times, approximate 4:45 p.m. for tomorrow's Don Dunham, the first of our 2 premier races. 5:47 is scheduled off for the Rick Moore overnight handicap, saluting Rick and all that he's done for a lot of people here at the track and in thoroughbred racing. Looking forward to these handicaps on tomorrow's card. Thursday, we'll wrap up the race week. We'll have a post time just like today at 2:10 during this stretch of races here at the track this week as we look forward to October. Big day coming up here on the 1st of the month. our second to last month of the season here at the track. It'll be Hoosier Day with a lot of great racing action. There you see the lineup, more than $600,000 in purses. So the Indiana bred program just continues to grow by leaps and bounds. This is my fourth season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and just watching this program really take off. Those premier races on Hoosier Day on October 1st. Hope you can join us again on this date. Circle it on your calendar. The $150,000 spelling correct, as we like to say. The Too Much Coffee, the $150,000 Piedi Bianchi, as you remember that brilliant race mare. The Circle City, and also another 100 grander. That's the Back Home Again handicap. Hope you can join us here for a terrific day of racing on Wednesday, October the 1st. Plus that contest, a $2,500 Hoosier Day Legends contest. A big day like Hoosier Day in the run-up to Indiana Champions Day certainly deserves a big contest, and that's what we'll get from our friends at the Indiana HBPA with a $2,500 Hoosier Day Legends contest here on the 1st of October. Don't forget, always free to enter. If you're joining us here on track, just go to that first floor OTB. Maybe you're picking up your tip sheets. You can sign up for the contest. Just like today, Beat the Bot, free, first floor OTB. And of course, all of our online players, if you're perhaps tuning in for the first time here to the pre-race show, ready to check out the racing action. Don't forget, contest-wise, Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com. Again, if you're tuning in here to Wire, we appreciate it. Contest-wise, it is Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com. Hoosier Day, 1st of October, in a prelude to the end of next month's big Indiana Champions Day. Certainly you can get your reservations in today. We'll have a special post time of 11 o'clock, so just note that on your day planner. Saturday, October the 25th, the big day of racing starting off at 11 a.m. Again, as the champions sort themselves out for those top divisions here in the Hoosier State. We've got a terrific stakes program lined up with all those premier races and those handicaps. And of course, you start talking about those quarter horse stakes, the thoroughbred handicaps. A lot of premier races coming up here for Indiana Champions Day as the state's best and brightest thoroughbred and quarter horse stars featured in a day full of activities here on the 25th. The trackside activities will include a cigar rolling station, always very popular, the Magic Mirror selfie station, food trucks, certainly our fans like to check those out. Winner's Circle promotions, you have Racing Rachel, and our team here, often the popular T-shirt toss in the Hoosier State certainly gets the fans gathered near the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle when we do those, and much more. But look at the lineup. It's going to be a terrific one. We'll have those quarter horse stars and those stakes and the handicaps for the thoroughbreds. Reservations are available right now by contacting Beth at 317-421-8801. One of my favorite days of racing each and every season here that I've been here at the track. That's Indiana Champions Day. It's a Saturday, October the 25th, and that special post time will be at 11 a.m. So a lot happening here contest-wise today with Beat the Bot as you take your chance to defeat A.I. Allen and his selections on our racing program here today, an all main track card. As I mentioned, with that being said, we have Macy Tetrick talk about the forecast for not only today but tomorrow, and then Thursday we'll wrap up this 4-day stretch. As I mentioned, no live racing on Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday, but looking forward to Hoosier Day and certainly Indiana Champions Day that we promoted just a moment ago. Each and every racing day here on the pre-race show, we'd like to thank our terrific sponsors year in and year out. Some of us sponsorship-wise have been with us for many years, and we certainly like to salute Woodford Reserve, Tequila Aradora Breed Development, and also Winner's Circle sponsor, Murphy Trailer Sales, terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. Rachel and I often mention it. We appreciate all that Lori and Bruce Murphy do for us here at the track, also prominent horse owners as well. The Winner's Circle sponsor, Murphy Trailer Sales. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Also, the tote board and starting gate sponsor back with us for another year of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as we get into the final couple of months. Last weeks of September, and then Hoosier Day starts off October. That's capped off by the 5th annual Indiana Champions Day, and then a couple of weeks of racing in November, and that'll do it for the 23rd Thoroughbred and Quarter Horse season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. B&H Electric, again, with locations not only in Shelbyville, but Seymour and Bloomington. The starting gate and tote board sponsor, they're on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Indiana's Giant Hubler, another terrific sponsor with us here of racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. They've got locations in town and also in Franklin. You can reach out to them on the web at drivehubler.com, and those are those brand new trucks. They're on display if you'd like to go check them out. Look at the sticker price and all that these terrific Ford trucks feature. Built Ford tough, and you can certainly check them out not only here on track, but by heading to town. Indiana's Giant Hubler. We certainly appreciate their sponsorship of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2025. Social media wise, we've got you covered. We always like to remind you about us on X this morning. Posting the track condition, the fact that we were off the turf, and we were actually sloppy to start off the morning. But again, we say cheers to our hardworking track crew being led by track superintendent Tony Martinez. We appreciate the crew here for their hard work, especially when Mother Nature plays her hand, like was the case yesterday after a couple of races and a weather cancellation. But we're good to go today. You can reach out to me on X at John G. Dooley. Martha Clausen, as I mentioned, she'll be along during the 6 o'clock hour as part of the live broadcast, talking about that quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350 to wrap up today's racing program. Martha's on X at Martha Clausen. Also, Brian Aragoni is standing by to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5 sequence for all of you horse players here today. Certainly get some tips for Brian Aragoni when it comes to the Beat the Bot contest. Maybe you can give him a little edge over your fellow horse players there if you follow Brian on X at Mr. B Analyst. And Racing Rachel, she was cutting it close today when it came to an appointment, but looking forward to having Rachel join us here during the course of the afternoon for an all main track card. Of course, you can always follow Rachel and all of her doings on X at Racing Rachel M. Track-wise, we've got you covered there as well, often reposting pertinent track information, track conditions, the jockey standings, or even the winners and multiple successes on a card, whether it's riding or training doubles or triples or more. Right there, follow us on X at HS Indy Racing. Please do. We're also on Instagram at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. As we like to say there on YouTube, smash the like button. We're now just less than a half hour away from the first of the day and all main track card here after yesterday's weather cancellation after 2. Follow the money and Quibble winning those first 2 mile races on yesterday's card before we were forced to cancel the racing program, as even driving back downtown got a little tricky given the heavy rainfall heading that way and certainly in town here yesterday. But it looks like a nice forecast. We certainly appreciate Macy Tetrick giving us the forecast from WRTV6 for today's racing program. 9 on tap. We'll have no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 today, of course, because we have the all main track card, so just scratch that. We'll be taking a quick commercial break here on this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. Don't forget, right after Brian Aragoni talks about his 50-cent early pick 5 sequence, I'll be up in the broadcast booth, give you all the program changes. We do have a lot of program changes, as one would expect, with those races coming off the turf course here today, and the track starting off muddy here as we get closer to the 210 opener. So a quick time out here on this Tuesday edition of the pre-race show, Wire to Wire. When we return, Brian Aragoni, we call it the B block. Back with that right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to Wire to Wire here. Now 27 minutes away from the opener. Scratch number 1, Hungry Reggae out of the opener. Unfortunately, with Mother Nature, she didn't cooperate not only yesterday, but it also affects us today. We are off the turf course today, but we've got 9 of them for you. 8 thoroughbred races, 1 quarter horse event. John did a great job in his solo act, taking you through all of the happenings coming up not only today but in the future as well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And I'll take you through these first 5 races. We're on the main track, currently listed as muddy, but it's already been upgraded from sloppy to muddy. I would venture to guess that we will be good and potentially fast by the end of the day. Fingers crossed. Hopefully no more rain throughout the day here on a Tuesday, September 23rd. But now just 26 minutes away, let's take a look at this first field, a field of 6, set to go 6 furlongs in here. I'm going to key in on 2 horses. Horses with speed in both in Jane Plain. Tracy Wisner, she owns and trains Jane Plain, who's awfully fast, just hasn't been able to show much finish. It's a horse who routinely breaks alertly, and in fact, at the second call has always had the lead and oftentimes been clear, but then only hit the board last time out. I thought last time was maybe the career best performance, did hold on better than the previous experiences and should be the one to catch the cash. Turbo Lady, admittedly so, does have the most upside in here for Joe Ramos and Randy Klopp, a 3-year-old filly who's only got 1 career start. Tiny little filly, if I remember right. This 3-year-old filly, not the biggest sort in here. She did kind of steadily drop back after breaking sharp. She almost broke the sharpest of them all, and then she kind of just went into cruise control, stayed on admirably, and was ultimately just running evenly throughout. We'll see if Turbo Lady, who was the beaten favorite last time out, can now suddenly return the favor to Jane Plain, who's going to be your clear second choice in here, 5-2. Those would be the 2 that I fancy the most in the opener. Race number 2 kicks off that $1 pick 4, 15% takeout, and I'm going to single in here. I agree with the morning line odds maker that Jam and Justice is going to be very hard pressed to lose this race. However, is a horse who's been defeated 17 times with 8 second and third place finishes. Rodney Prescott going to team up with his main gal, Shannon McGovern, in here for Russell McGovern, a family venture for Jam and Justice. They claim this one for $7,500. Since then, they've picked up paychecks, but it haven't been the favorite kinds, the ones that return 60% of the purses. It's been less than that in second and third place finishes, but it's paid their way. Despite being winless on the season, has made $22,000. So not a terrible claim by any means. $20,000 is the price tag today. Still looking for that elusive second victory in here. If Jam and Justice does not win today, I will be incredibly surprised. 0 for 2 on the mud and is 0 for 7 on the year. 2-5 morning line. Strictly the horse to catch to cash. Going to be a popular single. Going to be one that hopefully we can just get by and find some long shots later on in the card. I do think there's a potential to get a price in the third race, 2, 3, 5, and 7. Those are going to be the horses that I use, 2, 3, 5, and 7. We're playing against Manuelito as well as Buckle Up, using some other long shots in here, not using the A and B horses. Buckle Up is going to take a ton of action. I'm just not sure that 5-year-old truly wants to win. Had a perfect trip last time out, got a hot pace, just ran into it, but just doesn't have the determination, at least in my eyes, to really dig down and get the win. And then 7 years old now for Manuelito, one of my favorite horses. Hard knocking, always trying, usually likes to run up the rail and do just enough to keep you coming back for more. I'm finally off that bandwagon today. Cipriano Contreras Gutierrez, jockey trainer combination. I won't let beat me very often, but if I do, it's going to be with the 7-year-old Manuelito, who's going to be hard pressed to come from off the pace today in a race that I just do not see that much pace. 2, 3, 5, and 7, 6-1, 5-1. 8-1 with the Alola aboard on Spot on Justice, who goes turf to dirt and should be the fastest of them all. And then Classic Max, who's awfully quick as well. The 8-time winner. It's been 2 years since Classic Max got the job done, but we'll see if we can see Tiana Richardville and those embroidered jackets on a Tuesday for Tiana Richardville and the Walsh gang with Classic Max trying to do something he hasn't done since 2023. Race number 4, we kick off that late fire 5, claiming 15,000. Scratch number 2, calm set. 6 furlongs the distance. Hopefully the track will be upgraded at that time. But we're going to go 3, 4, 7, and 8 in here. Not going to get too creative. Georgia's on E's Mind. Alberto Burgos, John Heron, a horse who brings in some turf experience over from Hawthorne. Heron's done a very nice job with horses this entire meet at 18%, but he's especially done well with ones that he has brought over from Chicago. Gennaro Garcia's got Cora's Legacy. First start off the claim for $12,500 over at Churchill. Comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis. That's an angle I absolutely love. Maybe the strongest take is playing against Literary. I'm not sure Literary actually wants to sprint on a muddy racetrack. Only the second time on a muddy racetrack. The 6-year-old mare has had some layoff lines. Always cheering for Essex Long for sure. But I'm just not sure this one wants to be a sprinter. Was the beaten favorite last time out. So we're going to try and take a stand against that one and potentially a horse like First Hill. John Heron enters in 2. He keeps them both in. Sammy Bermuda is going to be aboard. This one he owns and trains. Another horse who shipped in last time for a race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This will be the 3rd start here at Horseshoe Indy, and back-to-back starts. Did show speed, didn't show any finish, but lost to Night Kiss, who is the real deal for Tommy Medina. 3, 4, 7, and 8, the strongest take, playing against Literary, who I'm not convinced wants to truly sprint. Race number 5. This is potentially the best betting race of the day. It's wide open, but it's hard to navigate. And when I say best betting race, I think the favorites unlikely to go off at even money. Scratch numbers 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 11, and 14 in here. It's a wide open race. It's very challenging to navigate this race. Many of them have one start. A lot of them have never tried the dirt. You've got some first-time starters in number 12 and 13. You've also got the 15 drawing in, Rudy Brissett with Joe Ramos aboard, Astronova. It's a who's who. It's a guessing game. It's truly close your eyes and throw the dartboard. You've got 2-year-old fillies taking on the mud, some first-time starters. You've got some trying the dirt for the first time. You've got others trying 2 turns for the first time. I'd be remiss to try and say that I know exactly how this is going to play out. It's a wide-open guessing game, and here's we kick off the Itoba Pick 4 in race number 5. 15% takeout in our Pick 4s, and in our Pick 5s, we now have the lowest takeout in the entire nation, 11.99% takeout each and every day. Those will kick off in race number 1 as well as race number 4. We may be off the turf today, but a lot of opportunities to make money. You've got 8 thoroughbred races. You've got some first-time starters. Come down, take a look at them in the paddock. Hopefully we'll have a drying out track and certainly some money to be made on a Tuesday right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're 19 minutes away from race number 1. John G. Dooley is making his way up to the announcer's perch as we appreciate him each and every day here. He'll take you through the scratches and changes just a couple of minutes from now, and we'll be off and running before you know it. Good luck today.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded. It's turned out to be an all main track card. We're off the turf course. The main track labeled muddy. Cloudy skies, upper 70s. Main track muddy if you have your programs close by. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Mid and sprint opener starts the 50-cent early pick 5 at the top of the card. Scratch number 1, Hungry Reggae, was the 4-5 morning line favorite. Number 1, Hungry Reggae, scratched. Mid and sprint opener starts the early pick 5. The second race daily starts the $1 early pick 4. Second race sprint, no changes, all 6 run in race 2. No changes for that matter in the third of our carded 9. Third race sprint, all 7 run, no changes. Turning to the fourth, the sprint here starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Scratch number 2, Calm Set. Number 2, Calm Set, has been scratched. The fifth race, 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Race 5 will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. 1 mile 70 yards, main track for the maiden juvenile fillies. Scratch the 2, Shadoni. Number 3, Al Muhira. Scratch 5, Don's Joy. Take out the 6, Spastic Bid. Scratch 9, Serious Pursuit. 11, Magic Notion. And scratch the 14, Broadway Musical. 13, Romulan, entered by Paulo Lobo as a main track only will run. 15, Astronova, draws in. The 13 and the 15 both run in the maiden juvenile fillies. Scratch again the 2-3, 5-6, 9-11, and the number 14 from the race card. Number 7, Educated Wish. There's a jockey change to Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell on 7, Educated Wish. Race 6, maiden juvenile mile. This was carded for the main track. Take out the 4, Thousands of Hopes. Number 4, Thousands of Hopes, has been scratched from the maiden juvenile mile. That at 4:45. Race 7, another taken off the turf course. The 7th race will now be contested on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Steampunk. 2, My Sexy Blonde. 3, Annie Express. Scratch number 5, Asteria. 7, Prisha. Scratch 10, McLaughlin. 11, Swan House. 12, Purring. Scratch 14, Settling Storm. And take out number 16, Run, Camellia, Run. With those scratches from the off the turf, there'll be no Pentafecta. No 10-cent Grand High 5. No Pentafecta recapping. Scratch the 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, 14, and the number 16. 13, Beach Dancer, and 15, Here's the Spider, both run. 13 and 15 do draw in. Number 8, Stay Lost, a jockey change to Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott will partner number 8, Stay Lost, in a change of rider. On to race 8 we go. And race 8 of 9. The maiden juvenile fillies sprint will be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, It's Fine. Number 5, How You Do Something. Take out the 7, Hen Party. 8, Clapback. Scratch 9, Cup of Coffee. 10, Rosenwald. Scratch the 12, Army Chick. 14, Union Empress. 15, Dream Chick. And the 16, Juno Palace. There'll be no 10-cent Grand High 5. Scratch the Pentafecta. 5 furlongs on the main track for the maiden juvenile fillies. Scratch 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, and the number 16. A couple of rider changes. Number 6, Front Runnin', will be ridden by Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell rides number 6, Front Runnin', and 13, Pushing Through, draws in, and there's that jockey change to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Will ride the first-time starter. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. takes the call to partner the 13, Pushing Through, in the maiden juvenile filly sprint, 5 furlongs on the empty. Race 9, closing the card at 6:15. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350. Scratch, these were also eligibles. 11 Prime for Encore, 12 HH Chasing CJ, 13 Apolitical Elmo, and 14 FA Lilies of Winds. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14, closing out the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350 yards. Cloudy, mid to upper 70s, all main track card. As we've noted, we are off the turf course. There'll be no $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 featured on Tuesday's card. Main track is muddy. Horses in the walking ring for the maiden filly sprint opener to start the 50-cent early pick 5 off. Main track muddy. Post time 9 minutes away. Off at 2:10. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Top of the card with a maiden filly sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Number 1, Hungry Reggae, has been scratched. Scratch number 1, Hungry Reggae. Race 1 of our card at 9, all main track card. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, and start here the 50-cent early Pick 5. Main track labeled Muddy here at the top of the card. Muddy main track off the turf. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden Philly Sprint starts the 50-cent early Pick 5 on an all main track card. Main track Muddy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Mitchell Morrow with I'm a Little Thirsty. First time starter, I'm a Little Thirsty went in well. Rodney Prescott with You're Cool. Joins I'm a Little Thirsty. Tiago Canuto with Blazing Eyes. Now Joseph Romero, Jane Plain, the daughter of Santiva. Two back, Alberto Burgos with Honey's on Fire. At 6 furlongs, one more. Even money first favorite, Turbo Lady, Joe Ramos for leading trainer, Randy Klopp with 42 wins here this season. Main track muddy to start the card, they're in the gate. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, and the first time starter, I'm a Little Thirsty, was slow to go, just back to last. Fast start for Blazing Eyes, along with Jane Plain, and on the outside, Turbo Lady is up with these leaders. It's Blazing Eyes. From the rail for Tiago Canuto, has taken a lead from Jane Plain, showing her speed to be close, and right there is Turbo Lady and the black helmet. Then toward the inside is You're Cool, who is fourth, streaking past the half-mile pole, while 3 clear from Honey's on Fire and slow starting. I'm a Little Thirsty trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter muddy track, 22.77 seconds. It's Blazing Eyes who leads. A close-up Jane Plain, who's right there with the leader for Joseph Romero, coming toward the quarter pole, now neck and neck, while 3 clear from Turbo Lady in third. I'm a Little Thirsty now picks up You're Cool, and Honey's on Fire is last as these maiden fillies straighten away. Nearest the inside, Blazing Eyes, and on the outside, Jane Plain trying to drive past. Turbo Lady's back in third. Half mile, 45.98 seconds. Now they're deep in the furlong grounds, and it's Jane Plain who's edged in front. Up toward the inside, Blazing Eyes, who's in for the battle, and Turbo Lady's trying to pick them up near home. I'm a Little Thirsty is also late on the scene. Jane Plain and Blazing Eyes, photo finish, a nose between them. Turbo Lady and I'm a Little Thirsty. Photo finish, 112.69 after the maiden filly sprint. Muddy track, 112.69. This is a win photograph. Here's the verdict. 5-4-7-2. Result of the photograph. First number 5, Jane Plain at 2-1. Number 4, Blazing Eyes at 59-1. Did not miss by much. Number 7, Turbo Lady at 4-5 third. And 2, I'm a Little Thirsty after breaking slow at 7-2, getting into the frame. Hold all tickets until official. Joseph Romero for Tracy Wisner, daughter of Santiva, gets off the mark in her 4th run at 2-1. The result of the first race official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 5, Jane Plain with Joseph Romero. Jane Plain, 4-year-old chestnut filly by Santiva. Out of the Just Plain Joe mare, Pretty Plain Jane. For Tracy Wisner, Tracy Wisner Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Jane Plain out to the maiden fillies ranks by a nostril. First results in. 5-4 exacta took a win photograph, $208.80. 50-cent trifecta, 5-4-7, 135.60. I'm a Little Thirsty was fourth in the maiden filly sprint. 10-cent superfecta, 5-4-7-2 returned $97.33. In the opener, the 1 was a non-runner. Favorite, third. 6 ran. Muddy track, 112.69. 23 minutes away from race 2. In the next dash, there are no changes. All 6 run in the sprint. No changes in race 2. The second race of 9, carded, will feature exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, kickoff of the $1 early pick 4. Post time will be at 2:43 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers early today. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment or two, our first race replay of the Maiden Filly Sprint. Muddy track. Hope you had a bet on Jane Plain. Start the card, they're in the gate. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, and the first-time starter, I'm a Little Thirsty, was slow to go, just back to last. Fast start for Blazing Eyes, along with Jane Plain, and on the outside, Turbo Lady is up with these leaders. It's Blazing Eyes. From the rail for Tiago Canuto, has taken the lead from Jane Plain, showing her speed to be close. And right there is Turbo Lady and the black helmet. Then toward the inside is You're Cool, who is fourth, streaking past the half-mile pole, while 3 clear from Honey's on Fire and slow starting. I'm a Little Thirsty trails here in the Tuesday opener. The quarter muddy track, 22.77 seconds. It's Blazing Eyes who leads. A close-up Jane Plain, who's right there with the leader for Joseph Romero, coming toward the quarter pole, now neck and neck, while 3 clear from Turbo Lady in third. I'm a Little Thirsty now picks up You're Cool, and Honey's on Fire is last as these maiden fillies straighten away. Nearest the inside, Blazing Eyes, and on the outside, Jane Plain trying to drive past. Turbo Lady's back in third. Half mile, 45.98 seconds. Now they're deep in the furlong grounds, and it's Jane Plain who's edged in front. Up toward the inside, Blazing Eyes, who's in for the battle, and Turbo Lady's trying to pick them up near home. I'm a Little Thirsty is also late on the scene. Jane Plain and Blazing Eyes, photo finish, a nose between them.
What a horse race to kick off your Tuesday of racing. 4 across the line right at the wire, but it's your second choice. Jane Plain, the most experienced of that group, gets the job done in there. Your beaten favorite has to settle for third with a long shot in the middle at just about 50-1. So an exciting start to your pick 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully you're still alive. If not, dive into the pick 4. Now just 11 minutes away, 15% takeout, and we've got some intriguing fields coming up, and I think you've got a potential single in this spot. 6 of them will go to the gate, all looking for their second career victory. Some of them have been at it much longer than others, and unfortunately for my top selection, it's been some time since Jam and Justice has visited the winner's circle. In fact, quite some time. One for the last 18 in the career. This 4-year-old gelding has certainly paid his way thus far since being claimed for $7,500 off of Connor Murphy this winter at Turfway Park. He's come to Horseshoe Indianapolis and done more than enough. $22,000 in career earnings. The problem is he hasn't gotten that elusive first victory to get out of this non-winners of 2 condition. 6 for 7 in the top 3 with 4 seconds and 2/3, $22,000 in earning, and he's got one way to go. He likes to go to the lead. Now, he has shown the ability to be tactical, but in this spot, he's drawn to the outside. I think he's likely going to be best served to just go to the lead. Let's dive into the racing form a little bit. This is a horse who took on Hawkeye and went toe-to-toe with Hawkeye, who is now on, I believe, a 4-race winning streak and is up for potential Horse of the Year candidate. Hawkeye's been very, very good. Lost to Mike Cyclone, who was a back-to-back winner as well. Bourbon Curiosity had been dropping from the allowance ranks as well. So Jam and Justice has run his race each and every time. It has yet to be good enough this season. He's gone 3 second-place finishes and a third-place finish recently. However, he's got a little money burner to him. He's been favored in 3 out of the last 4. He's likely going to go off favored again in here. Rodney Prescott teaming up with Shannon McGovern is always a good sign. They win at 20%. Their ROI is over $2.17, but it's unlikely to be helped by a win today because Jam and Justice projected to go off as low as 2-5, and that is a very nice morning line. We call out when there's bad morning lines. We should also call out when there's good ones, and Jam and Justice looks to be a good morning line at 2-5, but currently even money on the board, the one to catch to cash in my opinion, but may have to deal with Mas Neats running on late. This 3-year-old gelding by Kozan gets Gutierrez Apprentice Rider of the Year, at least in my opinion. I don't have a vote, but he's got 28 wins thus far this season. He gets a 7-pound weight break, 111 pounds versus some of the others in here that are carrying much more than that. In fact, your favorite has 11 pounds more than Mahnis, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Kozan, who has been trying the turf course the last 2 and hasn't been running poorly. I think this horse has a future on the turf despite being 0 for 3 and has yet to hit the board. Has put in some very good efforts, shown tactical speed, has run evenly, and stayed on with back-to-back 4th-place finishes. When sprinting, I think this horse is not going to be as quick as the 6, but should be in that first flight where if 6 looks to do what that horse has done in the past, and that's finished 2nd or 3rd, Mash Neats should be sitting there ready to pounce and should be in that 2nd tier and have a great opportunity in here at an overlay price, currently 9-2 on the board. The 4 is Fervent Prayer. Alex Ashard teaming up with Tony Granitz as Granitz enters in 2. He's got both the 2 as well as the 4. Have to love that this one's lightly raced, second start off the layoff, and going from the allowance ranks down to the claiming ranks. So getting a ton of class relief in here. It's the first time Fervent Prayer has been eligible for a tag. Second start off the layoff. You've got trainer Tony Granitz, who also partially owns this horse as well. And Fervent Prayer has shown route speed, but has really yet to show sprint speed. On debut was briefly near the lead, but quickly dropped out of it, finishing 7th, beaten by 16th, but was quick enough to beat Sleepy Eye that day, at least to the first quarter pole. So maybe Fervent Prayer, who's cutting back in distance from 1 1/16, will appreciate less ground today and can carry that speed a little bit further with some class relief. Oftentimes horses that aren't able to sustain their speed at the allowance levels, they get a little class relief and they can carry that speed significantly further. It is interesting that Tony Granitz in a small field of 6 enters in two. One of them is bound to go to the lead. The other one is going to be closing from the back of the pack. We'll see how it plays out, but Alex Achard has been pushing all the right buttons this season. He's winning at 18% here. We'll see a Fervent Prayer who's taking some money. 9-2 off that 10-1 morning line is live, but I think they're just going to have too much work to do. And today could be the day that Jam and Justice gets that elusive second victory. However, it's going to be tough to make money. You might have to get creative with some of those exactas or trifectas because Jam and Justice currently 3-5 on the board. It's the one to beat, but is it the one to bet? That's for you to decide 6 minutes away from race number 2.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Here all 6 run, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 off. All main track card. Main track remains labeled muddy. Less than 5 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the sprint to start the $1 early pick 4 on the card. Off the turf, main track muddy. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. House of Gold leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 79 wins here this season. Now Jose Gutierrez with Mox Nix coming up. Mox Nix joins House of Gold. Lambe, Joseph Romero going for the opening double with Tracy Wisner. Alex Achard, Fervent Prayer like Mox Nix, both for 20 granites. Couple in the back. Alberto Burgos with our guy Max, like House of Gold. Tiana's 2 here in the sprint, and one more. Jam and Justice, Rodney Prescott for Shannon McGovern. 1 to 2 favorite, Jam and Justice, all in line. Muddy track. All set. And they're off. Jam and Justice just tears away for Rodney Prescott. Good speed from Mox Nix with the black blinkers. House of Gold in the orange sleeves and cap engages from the rail. Fervent Prayers a close fourth. Our guy Max and Lambe has been beaten for pace. It's Jam and Justice. Jam and Justice has the 4-year-old speed to lead them. Going past the half-mile pole with a 2-length cushion. House of Gold gains from the rail inside of Mox Nix, vying for second position, with on the outside Fervent Prayer is a wide fourth. Our guy Max is deeper out, Dan Lambe trail still. The quarter blasted past. In just over 22 seconds, Jam and Justice. Jam and Justice leads them coming toward the quarter pole. In front here by just over 2. Fervent Prayer starts to gain around Mox Nix. Second and third for Tony Granites both. Jam and Justice spins them in. House of Gold with the rail. Lambe unwinding on the extreme outside, and our guy Max into the stretch. Half mile for Jam and Justice. 44.87 seconds with Rodney Prescott. Jam and Justice looking to finish them off and leads House of Gold by 3 past the 16th. Lambe has come from last, now into second. House of Gold is back into third. Jam and Justice looking for the finish. Lambe closing on the wire. Jam and Justice holding on over Lambe's late gain. House of Gold and Mox Nix finish fourth. $110.60 after the sprint. Muddy track it remains. 110.60. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. $6.312 after the sprint. The judges have posted number 6, Jammin' Justice, 2 to 5 first. Scrapes in ahead of 3 Lambay, 6 to 1 second. Good effort. 1 House of Gold at 11 to 1 third, and number 2 Mox Nix, 8 to 1 fourth. Rodney Prescott, Shannon McGovern sent a flame away. Jammin' Justice recording that elusive second win. The result of the second race official. A second career trip into the winner's circle for Jammin' Justice. Here are the 6 Jammin' Justice under the veteran's hands of Rodney Prescott. Jammin' Justice, a 4-year-old big gelding by Flame Away. And a swept ashore by Henry the Navigator. Shannon McGovern trains. Russell McGovern owns. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Jammin' Justice. Sprints to a win in 110.60. 6-3 exacta, $13.40. 50-cent trifecta, 6-3-1, $22.90. 5 and 6 the opening double, combining Jane Plain with Jammin' Justice after the sprints, $8.60. Mox Nix fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 6-3-1-2, return $10.11. In the sprint, favorite first. All 6 face starter Rank Kuick, 110.60, muddy track. Race 3 is next on the Tuesday docket. 22 minutes away. Another sprint. Here, all 7 run. No changes in the next one. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Post time, a quarter past. Please note the official track condition. All main track card. Again, we're off the turf. Main track now upgraded from muddy to good. Main track at Horseshoe Indianapolis now labeled good. Here comes a race replay. All set. And they're off. Jam and Justice just tears away for Rodney Prescott. Good speed from Max Nix with the black blinkers. House of Gold in the orange sleeves and cap engages from the rail. Fervent Prayers a close fourth. Our guy Max and Lambay has been beaten for pace. It's Jam and Justice. Jam and Justice has the 4-year-old speed to lead them, going past the half-mile pole with a 2-length cushion. House of Gold gains from the rail inside of Max Nix, vying for second position, with on the outside Fervent Prayer is a wide fourth. Our guy Max is deeper out than Lambay Trail still. The quarter blasted past in just over 22 seconds. Jam and Justice. Jam and Justice leads them coming toward the quarter pole in front here by just over 2. Fervent Prayer starts to gain around Max Nix. Second and third for Tony Granite's both. Jam and Justice spins them in. House of Gold with the rail. Lambay unwinding on the extreme outside, and our guy Max into the stretch. Half mile for Jam and Justice. 44.87 seconds with Rodney Prescott. Jam and Justice looking to finish them off and leads House of Gold by 3 past the 16th. Lambay has come from last, now into second. House of Gold is back into third. Jam and Justice looking for the finish. Lambay closing on the wire. Jam and Justice holding on over Lambay's. All set. And
See the state's top thoroughbreds and quarter horses compete for year-end honors in the 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Plus, enjoy a free cigar rolling station with those 21 years of age and older, along with handicapping contests, $3,000 mega bet wagers, winner's circle giveaways, and more. Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at 11 a.m. More information available on our social media at HS Indy Racing, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
We're 12 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and what a beautiful day. We're going to talk about the third race here, but before we do, I wanted to take a minute to show you guys what AI Allen, our DRF generated racing AI, looks like. So I brought it up here on, look at all these look, I've got an iPad, I got a laptop. So here it is. You can ask him questions, or I think I'm going to save the question part maybe for probably next week. But you can also take a look at today's races, and it will generate you all of the different things. And then there's also how to place a bet, strategies, understanding time form. I lied maybe. So what are your thoughts on race 3 at, I know it's 4 Horseshoe Indy, but let's just put it in and see what he says. And then, as you can see, it generates Alan's thoughts, and he goes through each horse here. I'm trying to go slow. Oh, we got a lot coming up. Here we go. Buckle up. This gelding is a closer, Gimme 3 Steps, a mid-pack runner with a spotlight rating of 94, and Classic Max, known as a leader, impressive early pace of 116. Now this morning, see, this said, well, it has been updated, just was updated to good, so I probably need to reload this. But I also like how you can go through each one of these and it'll give you, as you can see right here, 95 spotlight rating, 90 for Gisoli. Manuelito has a 94. And then they also give you the running style and they score the trainer. So a very, very nice tool that you can use here for AI Allen. And you're just going to go to, is it drf.allenai.com, I believe? What is it, Aaron? drf.allen.com. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, guys. I have it up, but I don't want to mess up your view, your view here. But very nice addition. We really appreciate DRF, and they sponsored the Indiana Oaks this year. If you would like to, there it is. Aaron's like, stop talking about it, and I'll show you the graphic. But yeah, this is definitely wonderful, and I think I've already built like a little contest that we can do next year, and maybe next week we'll do a little Stump Rachel for funsies. And see what his pick is on top and what mine is, and we'll see how we do. We'll put him to the test. Just 9 minutes to post. Let's go ahead and talk about this one. I've got the 3 on top and an Indiana bred 3-year-old and up, claiming for 15 here. The favorite right now is the 6 at 5-2. But I like Gimme 3 Steps. And as you saw there with AI Allen, he did say that this is a mid-pack runner, as I told you already. Spotlight rating of 94, shown consistency in his past races. He might benefit from the muddy conditions if he can stay in contention until the final stretch. Now, we did just get upgraded to good, as I told you. Burgess is aboard for John Horan here. Alberto Burgess, our defending leading jockey from last year, coming out of an allowance optional claimer for 20. And then before that, another allowance. Has never been into claiming rank. So this is a huge and very key drop. He is just such a beautiful bay. Like, this is just Rachel's crazy horse girl when she was in elementary school. This is the picture perfect bay that they have with the diamond on his face. He looks really good. He's moving fantastically. For sure, and on his toes. But what I did was I went back to May. The first time out in 2025 was a win, and then back at the end of the meet, he won in May, and then he won in October, and he put up some nice speed figures. But you know, he just hasn't had a good one in the last couple. September 16th, he had a sharp work, 4 furlongs, 48-1, 3 of 19. Then I'm going to go to the 7 here, and that is 3-1 on the tote board. Classic Max. Classic Max, a 6-year-old gelding who, you know, he's been around for a while. He is this looks like a 6-year-old gelding. That boy is stout. He hasn't missed a meal. He's muscular. He looks great. He always does, though. Tiana just loves her horses, and Chris and Alan Walsh have bred and own this 6-year-old gelding, and they are wonderful additions. I can't say enough about Chris and Alan. They're wonderful additions to the owner colony here in Indiana. And Classic Max gets the services of Joe Ramos and the irons today. Another one that's dropping down in class, lower than he's really ever been. He has early speed, and he has the highest speed figure at today's distance of a 92. It's just been a long time. You know, he's older now, for sure. But just recently, just this meet, June 23rd at 6 furlongs, he did put up an 82 and was second, beating a neck. Now we can talk about the favorite at 2-1. Gisoli. I'm not giving up on Gisoli. First of all, I love Eric and Keith. I'm so impressed with them. Trained obviously by Steve, bred by Deanne and Greg Bayer, who are some of our favorites here. I love Steve Asmussen's assistant Hector. I just think he does a wonderful job. And this horse also, just a huge drop down, very talented. If you look back last year in 2024, I mean, he was beast mode last year. He broke his maiden second time out. He was never worse than third in his entire 2020 for a season. He had 3 wins, including the Circle City handicap. So yeah, classy guy, dropping down and claiming for 15. I see why he's the favorite. So definitely Gisoli here. It looks really good. So I'm going to go 3-7-6 as the jockeys get the leg up and horses are heading to the track for the 3rd race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 3rd race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. Here, all 7 run, no program changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. All main track card, as noted, we're off the turf, and the main track has been upgraded from muddy to good. Good main track, 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Buckle up. Rodney Prescott riding for a double. Jane Plain and Gem and Justice, our first two sprint winners. Now Alex Achard with Do You Want to Dance for his new connections. Jose Gutierrez Manuelito coming up. Alberto Burgos, Gimme 3 Steps, Drew 3. Anthony Zaloa with Spot On Justice going into the gate at 6 furlongs, 2 back. Eric Asmussen with Jazzoli. 2-1 favorite, Jazzoli. One more, Classic Max. Joe Ramos with 64 wins here this season. Main track upgraded from muddy to good. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Jazzoli. Classic Max up there on the far outside with an early bid. Do You Want to Dance? And Spot On Justice has come out running in 4th, making this dash toward the half-mile pole. Give Me 3 Steps with wide Manuelito, and Buckle Up has dropped back to last. It's Jazzoli. It's Jazzoli surrounded at both sides by Classic Max and Spot On Justice now driving through with a bid, dashing past the half-mile pole. Do You Want to Dance? Got shuffled back. With Between Horses, Give Me 3 Steps. Manuelito wide running second to last as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go, and Buckle Up still trails. The quarter 22.48 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole with Joe Ramos. It's Classic Max who's taking the lead as they turn for home. Jazzoli in the white cap. Toward the inside, Spot On Justice, and Give Me 3 Steps is sweeping into action. Do You Want to Dance back there in 5th? Then comes Manuelito on the front side, and Buckle Up tries to engage. Well into the stretch, half mile, 44.63 seconds. It's Classic Max who leads Give Me 3 Steps by 3 lengths. Coming past the 16th, Jazzoli's dropped back. It's Classic Max. Joe Ramos and Classic Max to win it by a length and a half from Give Me 3 Steps. Jazzoli was 3rd, and Do You Want to Dance back in 4th. 109.54. 109.54 after the state bred sprint. Good track, 109.54, 7.362, the unofficial. First, number 7, Classic Max at 9-5. 3, Gimme 3 Steps at 7-2 was second. 6, Jazzoli, 7-2 third. And 2, Do You Want to Dance? 5-1 fourth. All tickets until official. Classic Max. Joe Ramos with his 65th victory of the season. Here for Tiana Richardville. Sprints home at 9-5. The favorite in 109.54. The result of the third race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 7, Classic Max with Joe Ramos. His 65th victory of the meet. Classic Max is a 6-year-old big gelding by Congrats at a maximum reward by Albertus Maximus. Tiana Richardville trains the now 9-time winner for Breeders' owners Chris and Alan Walsh. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Classic Max. Sprints to a win at 109.54. 7-3 exacta paid $20 even. 50-cent trifecta 736, $43.95. First pick 3 on the card. 50-cent pick 3, 5 with a 6 with a 7. Combining Jane Plain with Jam and Justice with Classic Max paid $9.45. Do You Want to Dance was 4th. 10-cent superfecta 7362 paid $31.50. There was a claim from the sprint. 6, Jazzoli for $15,000. Jazzoli was claimed to new owner and trainer Gennaro Garcia. Claimed Jazzoli ran 3rd. Favorite was 1st. All 7 started. 109.54, track good. 4th race sprint, 21 minutes away. Scratch the 2 calm set. Number 2 calm set has been scratched. Our 4th sprint of the day with exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, kicks off the 50-cent late pick 5 on an all main track card. Off the turf, main track good. Post time, 3:46. And they're off. Fast start for Jazzoli. Classic Max up there on the far outside with an early bid. Do You Want to Dance? And Spot on Justice has come out running in 4th, making this dash toward the half-mile pole. Give Me 3 Steps with wide Manuelito, and Buckle Up has dropped back to last. It's Jazzoli. It's Jazzoli surrounded at both sides by Classic Max and Spot on Justice now driving through with a bid, dashing past the half-mile pole. Do You Want to Dance? Got shuffled back. With Between Horses, Give Me 3 Steps. Manuelito wide running second to last as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go, and Buckle Up still trails. The quarter 22.48 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole with Joe Ramos. It's Classic Max who's taking the lead as they turn for home. Gisoli in the white cap toward the inside spot on Justice, and Give Me 3 Steps is sweeping into action. Do You Want to Dance back there in 5th? Then comes Manuelito on the front side, and Buckle Up tries to engage. Well into the stretch, half mile, 44.63 seconds. It's Classic Max who leads Give Me 3 Steps by 3 lengths. Coming past the 16th, Gisoli's dropped back. It's Classic Max. Joe Ramos and Classic Max to win it by a length and a half from Give Me 3 Steps. Gisoli was third, and Do You Want to Dance back and forth. What on? Please note the main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, now labeled Wet Fast. The main track has been changed. We're off the turf course. Main track now labeled Wet Fast.
Highlights of the meet. staying healthy.
Yes, boy. Ours. Well, no, I mean, like, what track are you going to ride this winter? Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm going to Fairgrounds.
You're going to Fairgrounds for the winter?
Yeah,
You always go to Fairgrounds for the winter.
Yep.
What about here at the track with Daddy?
Yeah, we got a win, I think, last week on Monday. It was really nice.
Perfect. What about you? What was your favorite part of the meet?
Having Hank's the Tank win on Derby Day.
Oh, yes.
That
was a good one.
Yep.
Be in the lead, baby.
Yeah. Hey, where are you going to ride this off season?
Turfway.
Turfway. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Herschel, what was your favorite part of the meet? Like
all of it was.
Aw.
Never had a bad day.
Yeah, you're the best. What do you do? Are you going to still work in the winters?
I am.
Where do you go? Back in the backside?
On the stable gate, yes.
Where are you going to ride this winter? Are you going to work horses here again like you normally do?
Yes, hopefully that's the plan. Stay at Turfway and be back and forward.
Love it. Thanks.
Hang around with Rich.
Yeah. And what are you guys going to do this winter? Are you going to go to...
Stay here in Indiana training and running horses in Turfway Park.
Yeah.
Okay. Doing good there. Good money there.
You guys did good there this winter, too.
Yeah, we had 6 winners, like a couple made in a special way and a couple allowing. It's like a...
Okay. Good job. Look at you.
Oh,
My
yeah.
little superstar.
Oh. It's when I rode across the state. I like
Good.
that.
Where are you going this winter?
I stay around.
You stay here?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the highlight of your 2025 year?
It was winning the stakes race.
When I didn't pick you.
Yes. Well, we won 3 stakes races actually, and that was those were the highlights of our year.
And what are you going to do in the off season, you and Tony?
Go to Florida.
You're going to go to
relax.
Woohoo!
And I'll ride my horse, and we'll break babies.
Awesome. So, are you going back to Canada in the winter?
No, I'll probably stay in Kentucky.
Oh, good. Cool. All right. Good luck.
Through the first 3 races, it appears it's a good day to be on, if not very near to the lead, but it is a small sample size, only 3 races under our belt thus far. We've still got 6 more to go, 5 of the thoroughbred variety, and with that, our final 5 races does include The lowest takeout in the entire nation, 11.99% takeout. Late Fire 5, scratch number 2, Comset out of this event. 6 furlongs going to be the distance for $15,000 claimers. 3-year-old fillies and upwards in here. And we've got a very talented field assembled. A field of 7 that's going to go 6 furlongs. And now a wet, fast track. Do note we've been continuing to upgrade the status of our track. Started the day sloppy, then muddy, then good, now wet, fast. Hopefully it'll be just fast in the very near future, potentially before the Itoba Pick 4 does kick off. But let's take a look at this field for the upcoming 4th race. I'm going to go to another favorite in here, Cactus Flowers. For the Matthews gang, they own, train, and bred the 6-year-old mare by Runaway and Hyde. She's banked over $200,000 in her career, and she's still going strong. At the age of 6, she banked $42,000 last year, $23,000 this year. She is in for a tag of $15,000. However, she's been in for a tag in the past. No one seemingly took the bait over at Turfway Park or at Horseshoe Indianapolis earlier for $5,000, in which she ran away and hid at 8-5. She's gone off favored in 3 out of her last 4 starts. She's going to be favored again in here. She ran in a Night Kiss on a huge day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It was just a couple of weeks ago, September 5th, in which we had both a Pick 4 and a Pick 5 carryover. And Night Kiss is a complete monster for Thomas Medina. So I didn't put much stock into that effort. I love that she showed good speed. She went sub 23, just over 46, showed good speed, didn't have much fight that day, but it was against some very, very nice animals, including Night Kiss, who ran away and hid by 4, making her 4th place finish look even a little bit worse than it may have been. But she goes second start off the layoff. She's a beautiful sort in here. You see she turned out very nice. The groom did an awesome job getting her prepared and ready to rock and roll as she looks for her 9th victory in here. We'll see if the Matthews gang can team up with Joe Ramos. Is Joe Ramos looking to make this a true heated battle with Fernando de la Cruz atop those rider standings, but he's going to have to keep winning. And speaking of winning, Alex Richard has had no trouble making the best of the mounts he's been given this season, winning at 18%, Gennaro Garcia at 15%, Southwest Racing Stables, and Gennaro looking to try and another one who's trying to inch ever so close to that trainer standings, Randy Klopp, kind of running away at this point, but we'll see if Gennaro Garcia is able to keep pace. Another horse who has some early speed, hasn't won as much recently as the top selection, but you're going to get a much better price, 11-1 on the board. First start off the claim. This is what Gennaro and Cipriano Contreras like to do. Claim elsewhere, come to Horseshoe Indianapolis and pick up their paycheck and say thank you very much. And they've done it with success for many, many years here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This one they've been patient with. Claim for $12,500 has been laid up since May 26th, but has been working out consistently over at Churchill Downs for this Kentucky bred. Comes back at a reasonable spot for $15,000, looking to get some return on their investment. They've been patient. They've been going to the workout track almost each and every week, consistently over at Churchill Downs. I think this is a very reasonable spot for a reasonable claim for a horse who has some back class as well. We'll see if Cora's Legacy can do what Gennaro does. Claim elsewhere, return to the winner's circle, and Cora's Legacy looking to be another success story in here at 11-1, but going to have to deal with a horse right to the inside in the starting gate. Georgia on E's Mind. John Herron, Alberto Burgos. The Herron gang, they own and train this beautiful gray by Palos Malice, who has won in the top 3, 7 out of 17, goes turf to dirt, ships in off of a main track win at Hawthorne going 1 mile and 70 yards. Has shown route speed, hasn't always shown that sprint speed. Usually in the sprints, does have to kind of tactically sit just off that top tier at the route level. They've shown enough good speed to go to the lead and never look back. Georgia on E's Mind is a great filly who brings her A game each and every start. In fact, last race was the first time she had missed the board in her prior 4 starts, and she didn't miss it by much. She was only beaten by 3 lengths that day, and she set a rapid pace up front on the turf over there. I like horses shipping in from Hawthorne with John Herron. He's seemingly doing very well with horses coming from Chicago to get that Indiana money, 6-1 on the board. But with 5 minutes to go, let's take a look at today's Late Fire 5. Some tricky races in here. Even though we've had some favorites through the first 3 races of the card, we had 1 second choice and then back-to-back favorites. It's been a little tough to navigate. Let's take a look at these late Pick 5 tickets that we have assembled. We're going to try and go a little bit deep in here, 3, 4, 7, and 8. I think race number 5, the best betting opportunity of the day. You've got some first-time starters in race number 6 that I simply don't want to mess with. I think the firsters could be absolutely live in race number 6. Race number 7, best bet of the day. The hammer time play is Beach Dancer, an Indiana bred taking on Open Company as the hammer time. Sounds crazy, but this 4-year-old filly, she's the speed of the speed in race number 7 as the riders get in the leg up. We're about 5 minutes away from finding out if they followed their instructions or not. You can't win this late fire 5 if you're not in it, so start capping. You got 4 minutes to go before the nation's lowest takeout, late fire 5, kicks off at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The fillies and mares stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This sprint over the 6 furlongs. Infield of 7. Scratch number 2, Calm Set. Number 2, Calm Set has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Fillies mare sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Main track labeled Wet Fast. We're off the turf. On main track card, Wet Fast. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Phillies Mare Sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5 on an all main track card. Main track labeled wet fast. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Evan Roman with Simply Complicated. Mitch Merle, Literary. Joins Simply Complicated. Alberto Burgos with Georgia on his mind. Botox Katie, Jose Gutierrez claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. Alex Ashard with Cora's Legacy. 2 back. Cactus Flower would be a double for Joe Ramos. 8-5 Cactus Flower and Literary co-favored. 8-5 both. One more. First till was Samuel Bermudez. Like Georgia on his mind, both for John Howard with 41 victories at the meet. Track now labeled wet fast. They're in the gate. Ready. And they're off. Georgia on his mind hopped in the air, drops back to last. Cactus Flower sharply away with her speed, engaged by Cora's Legacy in the red cap, and Literary is right there now, vying for the early lead, and Literary splits them for Mitch Merle. Literary has taken the top from Cactus Flower, who's right with Literary, dashing past the half-mile pole. First Hill joins on the far outside. Cora's Legacy showed speed and is now running in fourth at the 3.5. Botox skating between horses. The slow starter, Georgia on his mind, looking to gain ground on the far outside. Simply Complicated trails the Phillies Mare Sprint. The quarter 22.71 seconds. They round the far turn. First Hill strides up now with this move for Samuel Bermudez, and has locked horns with Cactus Flower as they straighten away. 3 clear from Literary in the blue cap. Georgia on his mind running in fourth, well clear. Cora's Legacy, Botox Katie, Simple Complicated into the stretch half mile. 45.24 seconds with Joe Ramos. It's Cactus Flower in front by 3 to Literary second. Gamely on the outside is First Hill, who's now in third. They're close to home. It's Cactus Flower to win it from Literary by 2. First Hill was third, and Georgia on his mind finished fourth. $109.54 after the Phillies Mare Sprint. 109.54. 7.5837. Cactus Flower. Even Money first. 5 Literary. 3-1 second. Good effort. 8 First Hill. 5-2 third. And number 3 Georgia on his mind. 14-1 fourth. 109.54. Double for Joe Ramos. Here for Randy Matthews. The runaway and hide mare. Cactus Flower at Diva Money home. The result of the fourth race official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 7 Cactus Flower, riding double for Joe Ramos. Cactus Flower is a 6-year-old dark bay brown mare by Runaway and Hyde. Out of the Cactus Ridge mare, Cactus Joe. She's now a 9-time winner. Randy Matthews trains for Karen Matthews and Charles Farrell. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Cactus Flower dashes to a win in 109.54 wet fast. 7-5 exacta paid $14.20. 7-7 double $11.60. 50-cent trifecta 7-5-8, $10.50. 10-cent superfecta 7-5-8-3. Georgia Ani's Mine fourth, $8.14. 50-cent pick 3 paid $5.80. In the Fillies Mare Sprint, 2 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 7 ran. 22 minutes away, race 5. 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. All main track hard. 5th race, the maiden juvenile fillies, to be run at 1 mile and 70 yards off the turf. Scratch the 2, Chedoni. 3, Al Muhira. Scratch 5, Don's Joy. 6, Spastic Bid. Take out the 9, Serious Pursuit. 11, Magic Notion. And scratch the 14, Broadway Musical. Scratch the 2-3, 5-6, 9-11. And the number 14. Number 7, Educated Wish, the jockey Mitchell Morrill. Mitchell Morrill on 7, Educated Wish. Race 5 with exacta trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. All main track card, no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Main track label wet fast. Post time will be at 4:17. Ready. And they're off. Georgia Ani's Mine hopped in the air, drops back to last. Cactus Flower sharply away with her speed, engaged by Coors Legacy in the red cap, and Literary is right there now, vying for the early lead, and Literary splits them for Mitch Morrill. Literary has taken the top from Cactus Flower, who's right with Literary, dashing past the half-mile pole. First Hill joins on the far outside. Coors Legacy showed speed and is now running in 4th at the 3.5. Botox skating between horses. The slow starter, Georgia Ani's Mind, looking to gain ground on the far outside. Simply Complicated trails the Fillies Mare Sprint. The quarter 22.71 seconds. They round the far turn. First Hill strides up now with this move for Simmer Bermudez, and has locked horns with Cactus Flower as they straighten away. 3 clear from Literary in the blue cap. Georgia Ani's Mind running in 4th, well clear. Coors Legacy, Botox Katie, Simple Complicated into the stretch half mile. 45.24 seconds with Joe Ramos. It's Cactus Flower in front by 3 to Literary. Second, Gamely. On the outside is First Hill, who's now in 3rd. They're close to home. It's Cactus Flower. Cactus Flower to win it from Literary by 2. First Hill was 3rd, and Georgia Ani's Mind finished 4th.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning, then we feed lunch around 11:30. And then that's usually our day, and then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced. Went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Chenevely. Soy jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
9 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got some scratches in here, but we still have 8 betting interests in this race. So the we'll start here. 2, 3, 5, 6. Mitch is on the 7. Mitchell Merle. The 9 is out, the 11, and the 14, which means that from the AE list, the 13 and the 15 draw in, which I think is going to be pretty interesting. I like the 12 a lot. Put that in my picks. Let's start here with the 4. It's a 6-5 favorite. No shocker there. This is kind of a completely different race. And this 2-year-old maiden for fillies, it was supposed to go, a mile on the grass, but we're going to go to the dirt. And obviously, you guys, mile and 70 on the dirt here today. The 4 is American Tappet. Ooh, look at the breeding on this filly. She's a 2-year-old filly by American Pharoah. Tappet Dam by the hour. She's dropping in class today. She ran second versus similar on grass. Make note of that. And she has a nice work coming into this race on the 13th of September at Keeneland 4 furlongs, 47-3, breezing 3:51. Now, this horse got so close last time. Bit rank in the last race, so she was feeling pretty good. That was just a 5-horse field at Colonial on the turf, and she ended up getting nosed out. She ran at Colonial on July 18th on the dirt, 6.5 good, so a little bit of moisture in the track, which we have here. So she has ran a route. It was on the grass. This is going to be the first time that she's running on a route on the dirt. But she was second on the dirt before sprinting. So also we get the very talented connections of Mr. Jose Ortiz, who has been hot as of late, and Ignacio Carreras. Then we're going to go to the inside here to Retrospective, which is 8-1 right now on the tote board. Retrospective gets Marcelino Pedroza in the irons for Rudolph Brissett. This one coming off a second place finish with Marcelino aboard. That was on the turf. We're running on the dirt here today, coming out of that August 28th mile on the dirt race. I love to see the running line was dueling because it just shows that they were trying hard, especially for the first ever lifetime race for this filly. Any first race that they show that much, promise, and she started out a length and a half ahead of everyone. They just kind of caught her there in the stretch. So when you see that, it just shows that they've just got that natural talent and they can only improve from there. But this horse has put in a couple works. I mentioned the most recent one, but also the September 9th 4 furlong 48-3 was not bad at all either. Little concerned about the rail, so I went to the outside for my next horse. Total Fabrication. Total Fabrication is 9-1 right now on your tote board. Gets Alex Ashard here for Riley Mott. And this is a first-time starter here. I can see that they wanted to run her on the grass. Giants Causeway, Smart Strike is a little bit in the breeding. This sire is not this time. Black Ridge Stables have bred and own this 2-year-old filly. But yeah, just I guess the work. So I thought this was really funny. If you look at all of her 4 furlong works, they're all 49-4, except the gate work. She was faster, 48-4 on September 16th. So I thought that was interesting. September 8th, 49-4. August 28th, 49-4. August 13th, 49-4. A gate work on the 20th, 49-4. This is a consistent lady. So excited to see what she is going to do in here. But this does start the Itoba Late Pick 4 in this race. Race 5 is a 2-year-old maiden. So is race 6. Race 7 is an allowance, and also the FanDuel race of the day. And race 8 is another 2-year-old maiden. So good luck on that sequence. A bunch of babies in the FanDuel race of the day. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. This race will be run on the main track. We're off the turf. Main track remains labeled wet fast here. Maiden juvenile fillies at 1 mile and 70 yards. Note the distance, 1 mile, 70 yards. A field of 8. Scratch 2, Shadoni. 3, Almuhira. 5, Don's Joy. Scratch 6, Spastic Bid. 9, Serious Pursuit. 11, Magic Notion. And 14, Broadway Musical. 7, Educated Wish. A jockey change to Mitchell Mitchell rides 7, Educated Wish. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 late pick 4. Presented daily by Itoba. Main track wet fast, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Start here of the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Main track, wet fast. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile 70-yard main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Fernando de la Cruz with Conceit. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., partners retrospective. Now Jose Ortiz, American Tappet, twice started at Colonial Downs. 3-5 on American Tappet. Alex Ashard, Total Fabrication has moved in. Mitch Morrow with Educated Wish. Evan Roman. Romulan runs as a main track only for Polo Lobo. Here at 1 mile and 70 yards. American Tappet 3-5 favorite. 5-1 Conceit and Actis. Romulan loaded. Declan Cannon with Actis, red and white blocks coming up. Educated Wish getting fractious there in the starting gate, right next to favorite American Tappet, even money American Tappet. They're backing out Educated Wish. Right now 68-1, the odds on Educated Wish. She was fractious in the starting gate under a veterinarian review. Now confirmed by the stewards, late scratch on 7, Educated Wish. By order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 1 mile and 70 yard start. 7 Educated Wish now scratched here from the maiden. All wagers on 7 Educated Wish refunds. There will be a 7-7 consolation double. 7-7 consolation double, those using 7 Educated Wish in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch the 7 Educated Wish. They're going back in. Retrospective and Conceit back up to the starting gate. There's Retrospective. Conceit made her bow at Kentucky Downs. Fernando de la Cruz tops the meet leaderboard on 79 wins. Conceit joins Retrospective back in the starting gate here. Sponsored by B&H Electric. Total Fabrication reloads. Even Money American Tappet. Jose Ortiz for Ignacio Carrayas. Declan Cannon with Actis. Now going in. Romulan first. Main track only entered. Romulan. Late scratch on 7 Educated Wish. That filly after being fractious in the starting gate. Ordered scratch by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. At the 1 mile and 70-yard start. 2 back. Twice started at Saratoga. Actis. American Tappet 6-5 favorite. One more. Astronova. Will be a hat trick of wins on the card for Joe Ramos. They're in the gate. And they're off. Actis broke sharp. Conceit with toward the inside. American Tappet going for an early run, and Retrospective holds her position with the rail. This quartet charge into the first turn with Romulan in 5th. Then toward the inside, Total Fabrication running second to last as they round the first turn, while Astronova trails now at the 6.5, and with the rail, it's Retrospective. With Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Retrospective leads them to the back of this wet fast track as Declan Cannon has Actis right there with the front runner, Fernando de la Cruz. And Conceit in the green, pink sash and cap, third and well up but uncovered. Jose Ortiz and American Tappet tracking up the near side. So break of 3 more to Romulan, 1 more to Astronova, and Total Fabrication being asked to pick up well over a half mile from home now by Alex Achard. The quarter was 23.59 seconds. They have inside 4 to go. And with the rail, it's Retrospective. Takes them to a half mile. In 47.90 seconds, Retrospective and Actis in the red cap. Conceit and American Tappet, they're 3rd and 4th. Astronova is 5 lengths off these leaders. Now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Romulan yet to energize into the plot, and the one well back is Total Fabrication. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's Actis as Conceit is now gaining ground, and American Tappet will straighten away in 3rd. Astronova with toward the inside, Retrospective, and then Romulan. They're homeward bound, 3/4, 1 minute 12.77 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. Conceit takes off for the final furlong. Now with a 3-length buffer zone on American Tappet, who takes up the pursuit of Conceit, who's well clear now with yards to go, and it's the daughter of Not This Time. Conceit runs away with it by 8. American Tappet was the runner-up. Actis 3rd, and Romulan edged out Astronova back in 4th. $142.41 after the maiden juvenile fillies. 10-4-8-13, the unofficial run order. First number 10, Conceit at 8-5. For American Tappet at 6-5 was second. Number 8, Actis, 5 to 1/3, and 13, Romulan, making her bow. 9 to 1 getting into the frame. 10-4-8-13 hold all bets until official. Fernando de la Cruz, first to 80 wins here this season, tops the meet leaderboard. Here for Brad Cox, a Juddmonte win. Conceit at second asking at 8-5. The result of the fifth race official. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 10. Conceit. Fernando Ledo Cruz with his meet leading 80th victory of the meet. Conceit is a 2-year-old dark mare brown filly by Not This Time out of the Tappet mare Pachinko. Brad Cox trains the Judmont homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Conceit. Out to the maiden fillies ranks. The 10 for Exacta paid $12.20. 50-cent trifecta, 10 for 8, $9.35. 7-10 double, 17.60. 7-7 consolation double, $3.20. $1 early pick four, $37.50. 10-cent superfecta. Romulan was fourth, making her bow, $5.81. Pick three, $10.35. And results in on the 50-cent early pick five. Pays out on 5 of 5. A rather chalk-filled start to the card. $65.15. 142.41. 7 Educated Wish was a late scratch. 23 minutes out from race 6. Mid and Juvenile Mile. Scratch 4 Thousands of Hopes. 4 Thousands of Hopes has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wager featured for the first time on a 9-race all-main track card. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:55. Almost. They're in the gate. And they're off. Actis broke sharp. Conceit with toward the inside. American Tappet going for an early run, and Retrospective holds her position with the rail. This quartet charge into the first turn with Romulan in fifth. Then toward the inside, Total Fabrication running second to last as they round the first turn, while Astronova trails now at the 6.5, and with the rail it's Retrospective. With Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Retrospective leads them to the back of this wet fast track as Declan Cannon has Actis right there with the front runner, Fernando Ledo Cruz, and Conceit in the green, pink sash and cap, third and well up but uncovered. Jose Ortiz and American Tappet tracking up the near side. So break a 3 more to Romulan, 1 more to Astronova, and Total Fabrication being asked to pick up well over a half mile from home now by Alex Achard. The quarter was 23.59 seconds. They have inside 4 to go. And with the rail, it's Retrospective. Takes them to a half mile. In 47.90 seconds, Retrospective and Actis in the red cap. Conceit and American Tappet, they're third and fourth. Astronova is 5 lengths off these leaders. Now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Romulan yet to energize into the plot, and the one well back is Total Fabrication. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's Actis as Conceit is now gaining ground, and American Tappet will strain away in third. Astronova with toward the inside, Retrospective, and then Romulan. They're homeward bound, 3/4, 1 minute 12.77 seconds with Fernando Ledo Cruz. Conceit takes off for the final furlong. Now with a 3-length buffer zone on American Tappet, who takes up the pursuit of Conceit, who's well clear now with yards to go, and it's the daughter of Not This Time. Conceit runs away with it by 8. American Tappet was the runner-up. Actis third, and Romulan edged out Astronova back in fourth. Almost. They're in the gate. And they're off. Actis broke sharp. Conceit with toward the inside. American Tappet going for an early...
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Quite the impressive performance by your Brad Cox runner, who debuted over at Kentucky Downs on the turf, came to Horseshoe Indianapolis and really made quick work of that field. 8-5, somewhat of a gift, as your favorites run 1-2 to kick off that Itulba pick 4. But we were going to have another heavily backed favorite in here. At least that's what the board is indicating early on in the wagering. Scratch number 4, Thousands of Hopes, out of here, but we'll crown another maiden no more. Still on a wet, fast track, and I expected this horse to be much closer to the morning line of 3-1. I thought it was a great morning line established by our morning line professional. Tony Granitz trains this one for Richard Perkins, the 2-year-old chestnut, who was a reserve not attained for $110,000 over at the OBS sale earlier this year. Ultimately did go for $57,000 in 2024. The stud fee of Tis the Law, $30,000. Still an up-and-coming sire at this point, is out of Mama Mary, who was a 2-time winner, banked just under $100,000. She won both on the turf and on the dirt up in New York, and she's been okay as a broodmare. This is her third full. There's only one winner to date, and that's for Jose Silva, now in later Gator, who has been running at Turf Paradise as well as Mountaineer. Make what you want of that, but now in later Gator, the only winner produced by the mare Mama Mary. But I don't see very many Indiana breds going for $57,000, so they must have seen something they like, because there's truly nothing jumping off the page in the breeding. So you have two ways of looking at it. Did they overpay for an Indiana bred with not a whole lot of breeding to sustain that bid, or they know something that others don't know, at least for the next 9 minutes, that Tail Gunner can absolutely run. This 2-year-old chestnut colt looks to have a good mind, looks plenty fit down here in the walking ring, debuting around 2 turns is something that Tony Granitz doesn't do very often. In fact, this will only be the 9th time debuting at over a mile, and in that time, He's 0 for 8. Make what you want of that, but you do get the Red Hot Joe Ramos in the saddle. Currently 1-2. The early money has come in. We'll see how the late money shakes out with Tail Gunner, as this one trying to win on debut for a mile for the first time for Tony Grant. It's the early money, the smart money at 1-2. We'll see how it shakes out. But the other first-time starter in here goes out for Gennaro Garcia. Gutierrez is going to be calling the shots in here. Gets a weight break, 7-pound weight allowance in here for Southwest Racing Stable's Midnight Legacy. A 2-year-old gelding by Midnight Loot out of French Lick. Swifty Farms bred this one. French Lake, she was all turf in her career. She had 7 starts, 5 of them on the turf. She did retire a maiden. However, as a broodmare, she's been pretty productive. She produced Healing Waters, who banked $185,000 and is still running. In fact, just won here on July 31st. Also, French Legacy, another one who's done very well in Indiana and banked over $111,000. So Midnight Legacy's breeding, a little bit more impressive, at least to me, but it's chilly on the board. The 3 is 7-1 in here. Gutierrez is going to be calling the shots. Has been working out consistently. Does have 3 gate workouts. That's a little bit of a concern for me. Usually, most horses figure it out right at first asking. If they don't, hopefully a second one. But back-to-back gate workouts, a little bit of a concern that it took a while to get their gate card and went back to the starting gate multiple times. Now debuting for 2 turns in here. I don't really suspect any early speed out of this one. Should be running on well late, but this looks to be a race that could be key for some first-time starters to have plenty of success, and this will be your clear second choice, I do believe. Those DRF projections right around 4-1 for Midnight Legacy, a dark bay gelding by Midnight Loot out of French Lick, and French Lick's produced some good ones. The breeding's there. We'll see if the results will follow. 6-1 on the cool, calm, collected 2-year-old known as Midnight Legacy. The 8 is Fog and Arrow. Rodney Prescott going to be calling the shots. He's already a winner on the day. He looks to get Rancho Monarca and Tony Duran their first winner. This one has experience, which is more than can be said for the top 2 selections, and that experience oftentimes goes a long, long ways. Did debut here on August 26th. Lost to Gioli, who's a nice trainee for Steve Asmussen, and broke a little bit slow. Didn't know much about the starting gate that day, and I thought was running on strongly late. Now, when I went back this morning to watch the replay, wasn't running on necessarily as strongly as I originally believed. May have been passing tired horses, but wasn't flying home like one who may absolutely excel. Do I think this horse will improve second time out? Absolutely. Will this horse likely improve around 2 turns? Certainly, but does need to correct that breaking slow, and sprint to route isn't always a strong indicator for Tony Duran. Only wins at 4% from a sprint to route, but you do get a veteran rider, Rodney Prescott. Calling the shots, and a horse with experience can take you a long, long ways. All the money signed on to Tail Gunner. We'll see how it plays out. 5 minutes away from race number 6. Don't forget rolling daily doubles, pick 3s, and even a pentafecta as 2-year-old state-bred competitions go 2 turns. And boy, does that 6 look on the toes and on the muscles. We'll see if Airdrop can take them gate to wire as a field of 7 set to go to the gate 5 minutes away.
Maiden 2-year-olds coming out to the track now for race 6. This race will be run over the mile. The track remains labeled wet fast, a field of 7. Number 4, Thousands of Hopes, has been scratched. The 4's a non-runner. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5, first Pentafecta wager. Featured on the card, double pick 3, 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time for this maiden juvenile mile. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in Semi Bermudez with El Cierrero. Loading here at the mile start for the maiden. El Cierrero first in. Mitch Morrow with Mr. T. Joins El Cierrero. Second time starters, both Mr. T and El Cierrero. Right now, Tail Gunner 3-5 favorite. 9-2 Midnight Legacy and 5-1 Faganero. Mr. T's gone all in. Luis Contreras, Mega Witch coming up. Airdrop would be a double for Fernando de la Cruz. Now with 80 wins here this season. Closing day November 13th. Jose Gutierrez, here's a newcomer, Midnight Legacy. Went in okay, Midnight Legacy. Joe Ramos already with a couple of wins on the card. Tis the Law Colt making his bow. Tail Gunner. 3-5 on Tail Gunner. Over the 1 mile and one more. Faganero, son of Audible. Rodney Prescott on the Tuesday scoreboard here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off. Toward the inside, Mega Witch with Midnight Legacy showing debut speed, and Airdrop is quick to engage them as they make their way into the first turn. Faganero's out there on the wing. And it's Mega Witch who's emerged in front here for Luis Contreras and leads them to the back of the track with a widening 5-6 length lead. Off goes Mega Witch, who's flying solo. And then toward the inside is El Cierrero, who's now gained second from Midnight Legacy between horses. Airdrop's posted wide in fourth. To the inside is Mr. T. And then comes Joe Ramos and the newcomer, Tail Gunner, orange in the blue hoops and an orange cap. Ben Faganero is racing wide. The quarter 23.28 seconds. Mega Witch at 19-1 leads the maiden juvenile mile, now in the vicinity of the half-mile pole, where Mega Witch has a 6-length advantage over Airdrop, who's now in second position from El Cierrero with the railing on the outside. Tail Gunner is starting to gain. Mr. T with Faganero, and Midnight Legacy has tailed off. Half mile for Mega Witch, and here comes the closers. 46.86 seconds. Mega Witch, here comes Airdrop, who's taking the lead, and Tail Gunner is right there now. So Airdrop comes under fire from Tail Gunner as these maidens come past the quarter pole. Mr. T is a closing third. Mega Witch is a spent force. Faganero with further back to Midnight Legacy, who's the distant as they straighten away. Tail Gunner sweeps into action. Toward the inside is Mr. T, who's come through for Mitchell Morrow and has taken the lead. 3/4 1 at 12.68 seconds. Mr. T is turning it on. Mr. T is slipping away to a 10-length lead. Airdrop and Tail Gunner and El Cierrero It's Mr. T decisively won by a double-digit margin from Airdrop. Telgunner third, then El Cijanero and Faganero finished fifth. $139.57 after the maiden juvenile. 5, 6, 7, 1, 8. 5, Mr. T. 5 to 1 first. 6, Airdrop. 9 to 1 second. 7, Telgunner. 4 to 5 favorite third after the 8 furlongs. 139.57. 1, El Cijanero and the 8 Faganero. Fourth and fifth. 5, 6, 7, 1, 8 for the Pentafecta featured. Second asking, Mr. T, Mitchell Morrell and the son of Sahara Sky, Chaz Recchi for F.K. Bailey's Homebred in at 5 to 1. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 5, Mr. T with Mitchell Morrell. Mr. T is a 2-year-old dark brown colt by Sahara Sky out of the Uncle Momer Gospel Singer. Chaz Recchi trains F.K. Bailey's Homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. There he is, Mr. T. It's official. The 5-6 exacta paid $102.60. 50-cent trifecta, $74.95. 10-5 double, $56.20. 10-cent superfecta, $152.96. Pick 3, 35.20, Faganero 5th. The 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wager featured on the maiden juvenile mile, paid $460.60. 7 faced the starter, 139.57, went fast. 20 minutes away, race 7, one of the 3 taken off that Caesars course. Old main track card. Race 7 over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Steampunk. 2, My Sexy Blonde. 3, Annie Express. Take out 5, Asteria. Scratch the 7, Prisha. 10, McLaughlin. 11, Swan House. Scratch 12, Purring. Take out 14, Settling Storm. And scratch 16, Run, Camellia Run. 13, Beach Dancer, and 15, Here's the Spider, both draw in. Make note, the numbers 13 and the 15 both run. No Pentafecta wagering. 8, Stay Lost, a jockey change to Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott with Pilot, the 3-time winner. The 8, Stay Lost. 1 mile and 70 yards, went fast, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Scratch the Grand High 5. Double pick 3, post time will be 5:26. comes. They're in the gate. They're off. Toward the inside, Mega Witch with Midnight Legacy showing debut speed, and Airdrop is quick to engage them as they make their way into the first turn. Fog and Arrows out there on the wing. And it's Mega Witch who's emerged in front here for Luis Contreras and leads them to the back of the track with a widening 5-6 length lead. Off goes Mega Witch, who's flying solo. And then toward the inside is El Cienero, who's now gained second from Midnight Legacy between horses. Airdrop's posted wide in fourth. Toward the inside is Mr. T. And then comes Joe Ramos and the newcomer, Tail Gunner, orange in the blue hoops and an orange cap. And Faganero is racing wide. The quarter 23.28 seconds. Mega Witch at 19-1 leads the maiden juvenile mile, now in the vicinity of the half-mile pole, where Mega Witch has a 6-length advantage over Airdrop, who's now in second position from El Cienero with the railing on the outside. Tail Gunner is starting to gain. Mr. T with Faganero, and Midnight Legacy has tailed off. Half mile for Mega Witch, and here comes the closers, 46.86 seconds. Mega Witch, here comes Airdrop, who's taking the lead, and Tail Gunner is right there now. So Airdrop comes under fire from Tail Gunner as these maidens come past the quarter pole. Mr. T is a closing third. Mega Witch is a spent force. Faganero with further back to Midnight Legacy, who's the distant as they straighten away. Tail Gunner sweeps into action. Toward the inside is Mr. T, who's come through for Mitchell Morrill and has taken the lead. 3/4 1 at 12.68 seconds. Mr. T is turning it on. Mr. T is slipping away to a 10-length lead. Airdrop and Tail Gunner and El Cienero. It's Mr. T decisively won by a double-digit margin from Airdrop. Tail Gunner third, then El Cienero and Faganero finished fifth.
10 minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a 7-horse field. Obviously, there are some scratches in this one. It was first meant to be contested at a mile, but we're going to go a mile and 70 on the dirt today. As you can see, scratches are as follows: 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 11. McLaughlin's out. 12, Purring, 14, 16. The 15 and the 13 do draw in. And you know what? I'm going to go with the 15 on top. And when I was talking about this race, this is the FanDuel race of the day. I didn't know what was going to happen. I surely did not think that the 15 was going to be the favorite, even with all the scratches. But look at it. Look at it now. We're 6-5 on Here's the Spider. This is a filly and mare 3-year-old and up open allowance, and this Here's the Spider is a 4-year-old filly by Tapiture, Richmond Spider, which is a dam by Union Rags. And look at her, she's just taking it all in. That's the very back of the paddock, and what she's looking at is literally the entire paddock all the way through the apron. She can see kind of the whole spread, and now she's kind of looking towards the track. But very alert, very good looking 4-year-old filly. Very sleek, got nice scope on her. I think she's going to like going long, which she has done, and she did like, I think. She first started out at Colonial at the end of July, even 5th, and then August 14th at Thistle Downs in a stake, $100,000 stakes. Put up a nice speed figure there. She was third by 11 in a 5-horse field, but she did show a little bit there. She was tucked in, couple off the lead, and then she just kind of ended up falling off of it. But she went to 6.5 at Belterra, and she was really close there in a $27,000 allowance. She comes here, she gets Fernando de la Cruz. He's our leading jockey. He's looking for a double on the card. And he is aboard for Edward Fernandez, owned by Jack Cannon. She's ran, all of 20 times, and she really honestly, probably they wanted to see what she would do back on turf, because she hasn't ran on turf since back in June 11th and July 6th. She does have the highest speed figure at today's distance here today. So out of these horses at the distance, she put up an 88 before. Now, that 88 was a while ago. It was in that July 6th race at Ellis I was telling you about, and it was on turf. But we'll see what she does here, routing on the dirt again. She has shown some form there. I like that she's on the outside. The outside has been hot on the dirt as well. Now I'll go to the 4 here, and the 4 right now is 5-1 on the tote board. Oak Alley. Summer Polly is in to ride here, coming off a winner for her. She's riding for Ed Moger, and I gotta say, out of the couple of handful of horses he's brought, he knows where to spot these horses. This is a 3-year-old filly by Kitten's Joy, so of course they wanted to put her on the turf. But let's look here at her races. She's only ran on turf. Has she done anything unbelievably spectacular? Honestly, not really. She was 6th by almost 7. She was 3rd by 3.5. She was 6th by 3 lengths, all routing on the turf. She finally broke the maiden, going a mile on the grass on July 14th, and she was claimed for $50K by Mr. Steve Moger. Steve, not sure if that's his dad or his brother. I'll have to find out. Abby, if you're listening, find out. She found out if Marion Gorham was Bob's sister for me. I appreciated that. Anyways, I think that this horse has a good shot here. And let's see. Just because she's a Kitten's Joy doesn't mean she can't run on the dirt. I like that we're trying her out on the dirt. Let's go to the 13 now. My 4, like I said, now 5-1. 13 is 2-1. So my 15 and my 13 get a lot of action here on the tote board. And they had this one in as an MTO. She is a 4-year-old filly who is making her 10th lifetime start. She has 4 wins. Out of those wins, they've not been on Indiana turf, I'll tell you that. She has had 1 wet dirt win of those, and out of her 8 tries on the dirt. She's got 3 wins in 2 seconds. So they definitely were hoping that this came off the grass. Mitchell Merle also just won the last race. He's looking for 2 in a row here, and he's riding for Tim Eggleston and Matt Kwiatkowski, who saw there in the paddock. High percentage trainer and ran second, routing last time on dirt. Has nice early speed too. 15-4-13 for me here in the 7th race. This is the FanDuel race of the day, and I think I heard Dave Weaver say that if you get second or better, since it's a 7-horse field, you get your money back. So go to the FanDuel app and bet our race of the day here today. Put it on the 15. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. Feature of the day over the 1 mile and 70 yards, wet fast track, Erie Field of 6. 1 mile, 70 yards, scratch 1, Steampunk, 2, My Sexy Blonde, 3, Annie Express. Take out 5, Asteria. Scratch the 7, Prescia. 10, McLaughlin, 11, Swan House. Scratch the 12, Purring. 14, Settling Storm, and take out 16, Run, Camellia, Run. Scratch 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, 14, and the number 16 are the non-runners. Number 8, Stay Lost. Jockey change to Jane Elliott, partnering the 3-time winner. Jane Elliott is on 8, Stay Lost. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3, 2 minutes. Track wet fast. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile 70 yards main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Summer Pauly with Oak Alley. Luis Contreras and Miss Susan B. has moved into position. Jane Elliott partners Stay Lost. Simon Bermudez with Derry Girl in the Aqua. At 1 mile and 70 yards. Wet Fast Track. Now, Beach Dancer will be a double for Mitchell Murrell. Runs here as a main track only for Tim Eggleston. Beach Dancer. One more. 8-5 favorite. Here's the Spider. Fernando de la Cruz has a win on the card. Now 80 victories at the meet. It's the FanDuel feature of the day. The race. And they're off. Off to an even start and a quick one for Beach Dancer. Beach Dancer to the front straightaway for Mitchell Murrell and angles toward the rail while clear of Miss Susan B in the red helmet. Right there is, here's the Spider and Derry Girl in between horses as they enter the first turn with 7 furlongs to run. Oak Alley and under the hands of Jane Elliott, Stay Lost has dropped back to last as they go to the back. It's Beach Dancer. So Beach Dancer has taken a very easy early lead as they race up the backstretch now. Here's the Spider, follows in second position. Miss Susan B is a ground-saving third by a half length, with Derry Girl looking to improve on the outside of Miss Susan B. They're a joint third. Then comes Oak Alley, who's running in fifth, and about 5 lengths off the front runner there for Summer Pauly. And toward the inside, Stay Lost is trying to take closer order. It's Beach Dancer. Quarter was 23.65 seconds now. Beach Dancer first past the half-mile pole. Fernando de la Cruz, and here's the Spider, continues to track. Miss Susan B, Derry Girl with Oak Alley and Stay Lost. Half-mile, 47.11 seconds. Beach Dancer leads them to 3 furlongs from home. This has been easy out in front here for Beach Dancer. The main track only with Mitchell Murrell as Derry Girl pursues now for Samir Bermudez as they come past the quarter pole. Here's the Spider toward the inside. Oak Alley is launching a bit on the extreme outside. Looks to come around Derry Girl. They're homeward bound. Miss Susan B and Stay Lost is last. Beach Dancer looking to finish them off. 3/4, 1 minute 11.30 seconds with Mitchell Murrell. It's Beach Dancer staring at 1 more 16th, but still is a 4-length buffer zone over Derry Girl. Here's the Spider, Miss Susan B and Oak Alley. They're close to home. Beach Dancer looking for the wire. Beach Dancer safe at home. A length to spare over Derry Girl. And then close Miss Susan B with Here's the Spider and Oak Alley. $142.51, 13-9, and then a photo to follow. 13 Beach Dancer, 3-1 first, number 9 Derry Girl, 7-2 second. Third photo, here's the slow-mo. Close for third, with Oak Alley back in fifth. There was no pentafecta. A couple wins on the card. Mitchell Murrell takes out the FanDuel feature of the day. Tim Eggleston's main track only. The Cloud Computing filly Beach Dancer nets the result at 3-1. The judges have posted after a photograph. Third, number 6, Miss Susan B at 10-1. A nose over the 15. Here's the Spider, fourth. There was no pentafecta featured. Oak Alley was fifth. 13-9, 6-15 for the superfecta. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 13 Beach Dancer, quick fire double for Mitchell Murrell. Beach Dancer is a 4-year-old bay filly by Cloud Computing. Out of the Yes, It's True Mare, Bears True Gal. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing, LLC. Wet fast track here today. And the main track only, Beach Dancer takes the FanDuel feature of the day. It's official. The 13-9 exacta paid $32.60. 50-cent pick 3. 10 with the 5 with the 13 Beach Dancer, $80.50. 50-cent trifecta, $49.15. 513 double. Mitchell Murrell's double, nets $41 even. Here's the Spider, fourth, the 10-cent superfecta. Pays on 13-9, 615 for that superfecta. Again, there was no 10-cent grand high five. Oak Alley was fifth. There was no pentafecta featured. The 10-cent super, $20.25. 142.51 after the feature. 20 minutes away. Race 8, maiden sprint off the turf. 5 furlongs on the main track for the maiden juvenile fillies. No pentafecta. Scratch 3, it's fine. Number 5, How You Do Something. Take out the 7 Hen Party, 8 Clapback, 9 Cup of Coffee. Scratch 10 Rosenwald, 12 Army Chick. Scratch 14 Union Empress, 15 Dream Chick, and 16 Juno Palace. 6 front running will be ridden by Mitchell Murrell. On 6 front running, Mitchell Murrell going for a pure hat trick. 13 pushing through, draws in. Runs as in main track only for Tom Amos and the jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. On 13, a newcomer pushing through. Maiden juvenile fillies dash over the 5 furlongs wet fast. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Starts at a late double. 9th race capping off the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 350. 9th race, scratch the also eligibles. Post time 5:56. hand duel feature of the day. They're in and they're off. Off to an even start and a quick one for Beach Dancer. Beach Dancer to the front straightaway for Mitchell Morrill and angles toward the rail while clear of Miss Susan B in the red helmet. Right there is Here's the Spider and Derry Girl in between horses as they enter the first turn with 7 furlongs to run. Oak Alley and under the hands of Jane Elliott, Stay Lost has dropped back to last as they go to the back. It's Beach Dancer. So Beach Dancer has taken a very easy early lead as they race up the backstretch now. Here's the Spider, follows in second position. Miss Susan B is a ground-saving third by a half length, with Derry Girl looking to improve on the outside of Miss Susan B. They're a joint third. Then comes Oak Alley, who's running in fifth, and about 5 lengths off the front runner there for Summer Pauly, and toward the inside, Stay Lost is trying to take closer order. It's Beach Dancer. Quarter was 23.65 seconds now. Beach Dancer first past the half-mile pole. Fernando Letta Cruz and Here's the Spider continues to track Miss Susan B, Derry Girl with Oak Alley and Stay Lost. Half mile, 47.11 seconds. Beach Dancer leads them to 3 furlongs from home. This has been easy out in front here for Beach Dancer. The main track only with Mitchell Morrill as Derry Girl pursues now for Samir Bermudez as they come past the quarter pole. Here's the Spider toward the inside. Oak Alley is launching a bit on the extreme outside. Looks to come around Derry Girl. They're homeward bound. Miss Susan B and Stay Lost is last. Beach Dancer looking to finish them off. 3/4 woman at 11.30 seconds with Mitchell Morrill. It's Beach Dancer staring at 1 more 16th, but still is a 4-length buffer zone over Derry Girl. Here's the Spider, Miss Susan B and Oak Alley. They're close to home. Beach Dancer looking for the wire. Beach Dancer safe at home. A length to spare over Derry Girl. And then close, Miss Susan B.
9 minutes to race 8. I yawned right as I was about to go live. I think I accidentally hit the button on my mic. It's the last race, thoroughbred race of the day. But don't forget, we've got Martha back for race 9, a very nice 2-year-old maiden. Very exciting to see the 2-year-old quarter horses run. Boy, I tell you, I call the thoroughbred 2-year-old races, I call those firework races, but these 2-year-old quarter horses are really, really tough. I see bred and owned by Rose Bodie, the 3 in the next race, trained by German Rodriguez. Some of my favorite quarter horse people are in the next race. Can't wait to see what Martha has to say about it. We got scratched down, you guys, but still 6-horse field. It's not too bad. The 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 12, 14, 15, 16 are out. It sounds a lot, but with 6 horses, got plenty of different options here. And I didn't go with the MTO in the last race, but by Jove, I'm going to today. This 2-year-old maiden was at 5/8 on the grass, but now it is going to be on the dirt. Pushing Through is my top selection. Last I looked, even money, now 6-5. Pushing Through gets Fernando de la Cruz, our top jock, looking for a double. Congratulations to Joe Ramos and Bet Mitch Get Rich for a double on the card, both of them. Fernando looking to add to that here today with a first-time starter, a 2-year-old filly who was a $200,000 Keeneland September purchase last year. She's by Good Magic. Good Magic is by Curlin, one of my favorite sires of all time. The dam is Changing Plans, and this one is trained by one of my favorite trainers of all time, and I'm not just saying that, Mr. Tom Amos. Fernando de la Cruz, like I said, is aboard. So let's go through some. Oh, Pedrosa's on the 13. Thanks, Craig, for that. I didn't get that change. Pedrosa's on here. He is looking for his first win. So let's go through these works, though, on Pushing Through. September 18th, the most recent, 4 lengths, 47 and 4 of 32. Now that's a sharp work. The September 6th, she was going 5, and it was 102 and 1. Another one that I really liked was the minute and 3 work on August 13th at 5 furlongs. So she looks like she's ready. She looks like a Curlin baby. You know, she's got a little Curlin in there. She's a chestnut. She looks really, really good in the paddock. So yeah, and she's an MTO, so they were planning on this. Tom's really he's won 6 leading trainer titles, and he's good at this kind of thing, for sure. Then we're gonna go to Dolce Vino. This is the one I thought was gonna be favorite. Let me see, are they co-favorites right now? My 13's 3-5 and my 1's 6-5. Dolce Vino. This one is a 2-year-old filly by Omaha Beach. Dam is Anita Partner, Majestic Warrior. So very nice breeding. Bred by Brandywine Farm, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm, and Mike Moneymaker is the trainer. 3 outs and 1/3 on debut at Saratoga. Kind of a best of the rest situation, but she's been going up against a lot tougher company. She was at Saratoga, then they moved her to Mike's Barn, and she went to Kentucky Downs and tried the turf there. Did not like that at all. Only beat 1 horse. But Fernando, our leading jockey, is aboard here. And he, like I said, is looking for a double. So this is a 4th lifetime start, and I just think maybe she can improve. She's gonna switch it up and go back to dirt. She had a fast track once on debut, and you can always make an excuse for that, you guys. And then caught the mud, and then was on grass. So definitely something that you look at. And honestly, I like the outside better, but on the inside, it's not bad in kind of a race for younger horses. And then as they're legging up already, I'm going to go with the 6 front running. I keep saying stop letting Gabe Saez beat me, but he just keeps beating me. I keep putting him in my picks instead of on top. He's just such an amazing rider, and I just got to meet Carl DeVille here a second ago. Really nice guy. He's had some really nice success here with Gabe, bringing him in, and out of the handful of horses he's brought, he's had a couple of wins and I think a second. This one's trying dirt for the first time. Both of the races were on turf, and expect that one to send as the 13 heads around here, and they are on the track for the final thoroughbred race. But again, we do have one more, a quarter horse. Martha's going to give you her thoughts on that after this. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. One of those 3 taken off the turf course here today. It's been an all-main track card. Maiden Juvenile Filly sprint here over the 5. Wet fast track, a field of 6. Scratch down to 6. Take out 3, It's Fine. Scratch 5, How You Do Something. 7, Hen Party scratched. Take out 8, Clap Back. 9, Cup of Coffee. 10, Rosenwald. Scratch 12, Army Chick. 14, Union Empress. 15, Dream Chick. And 16, Juno Palace. Jockey changes 6, Front Running. Mitchell Murrow rides 6, Front Running. The 13 pushing through, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on that Good Magic filly. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. is on 13 pushing through in the red and white Joel Politi blocks. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There's no grand high 5. Starts at a late double, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going to the 5 furlong main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Fernando Vera Cruz with Dolce Vino, the daughter of Omaha Beach, first into the starting gate. Jose Gutierrez with Silver Curlin, making her bow. Silver Curlin had joined Dolce Vita. Samuel Bermudez, A Little Patience next. Now front running. Will be a pure hat trick on the card for Mitchell Murrell, as wins with Mr. T and Beach Dancer in the FanDuel feature of the day. Two back. Orlando Boca Chica with Baytown Money. Debuted at Ellis Park. Wet fast track. Here over the 5 furlongs. This one of 3 taken off the turf course. One more. Pushing through debuts. Main track only. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. For Tom Amos and the Joe Politi red and white blocks. Actis ran third. Earlier here on the Horseshoe Indianapolis card. Up comes Pushing Through. All in line. Off and sprinting. A fast start for front running, who's come out running for Mitchell Murrell. To the inside is Dolce Vino, who now pursues the pace. On the outside, pushing through in the red and white blocks, starting to gain. And right there is a little patience between fillies. As they enter the far turn, Baytown Money, and we trail back to the newcomer, Silver Curlin. As they round the far turn that way, it's front running. Front running's in front. Length and a half pursued by Pushing Through, with on the outside Baytown Money. And to the inside is Dolce Vino as these maiden 2-year-old fillies blaze past the quarter pole. A little patience, and further back to Silver Curlin. It's front running and front running. Led them out of the starting gate, and as a 5-length lead coming into the furlong grounds from Pushing Through. Toward the inside is Dolce Vino. Baytown Money chased and is now running in fourth. A little patience. We trail back to Silver Curlin. They're close to home. It's the daughter of Warfront, front running, and Mitchell Murrell scores the pure hat trick. Front running by 5 from Pushing Through. Dolce Vino was third, then Baytown Money, a little patience, and Silver Curlin. 6:13, 1:11, 59.01 after that maiden juvenile fillies dash, 59.01. 6, front running. 9-1 first. Number 13 pushing through. 3-1 second. The 1, Dolce Vino. 1-5 favorite was third, and number 11, Baytown Money. 17-1 fourth. There was no Pentafecta featured. Front running, daughter Warfront here. Third time was the charm. Going now for Carl DeVille. Front running, Mitchell Murrell scores the pure hat trick. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. There's the 6, front running, Mitchell Murrell for 3. Front running is a 2-year-old bay filly by Warfront. The Tappet mare, Runnin' Ruby. Postword for Gerald Bruno Jr., Kyle DeVille, Chassis DeVille Palmier, and Carl DeVille. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of front running. One more race to close out the Tuesday matinee here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Just to remind all, Wednesday's card due at 2:10. Wednesday and Thursday program scheduled from 2:10. Race ain't official. 6:13 exacta paid $71.40. There was no 10-cent Grand High 5 featured on that maiden juvenile fillies dash. 10-cent superfecta, $21.56. Baytown Money ran fourth. 50-cent trifecta, $29.80. 13-6 double, $44.40. The $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba, pays $1,498. The 10-cent superfecta, $21.56, and the 50-cent late pick 5 paid $2,559. 59.01, closing out the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350. Wet fast track it remains. Scratch the also eligibles. Scratch 11 through the number 14. Exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Revised post time now, 6:24. Dolphin sprinting. A fast start for front running, who's come out running for Mitchell Murrell. To the inside is Dolce Vino, who now pursues the pace. On the outside, pushing through in the red and white blocks, starting to gain. And right there is a little patience between fillies. As they enter the far turn, Baytown Money. And we trail back to the newcomer, Silver Curlin. As they round the far turn that way, it's front running. Front running's in front. Length and a half pursued by pushing through. With on the outside, Baytown Money. And to the inside is Dolce Vino as these maiden 2-year-old fillies blaze past the quarter pole. A little patience and further back to Silver Curlin. It's front running and front running. Led them out of the starting gate and as a 5-length lead coming into the furlong grounds from pushing through. Toward the inside is Dolce Vino. Baytown Money chased and is now running in fourth. A little patience. We trail back to Silver Curlin. They're close to home. It's the daughter of Warfront front running, and Mitchell Murrow scores the pure hat trick. Front running by 5 from pushing through. Dolce Vino was third, then Baytown Money, a little patience, and Silver Curlin. Rolfing sprinting. Today marking the penultimate week for our Beat the Bot contest here, featured in 2025 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and A.I. Allen giving Jack a thumbs up, picking up the $100 top prize in this penultimate week for Beat the Bot. Jack playing online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Congratulations to Jack, today's $100 winner in Beat the Bot. Thumbs up from A.I. Allen.
Well, apologies for yesterday's washout, of course, always for the safety of the horses and riders. But Mother Nature sometimes can throw in a wrench, and then the excellent management team at Horseshoe Indy makes the right call. But we're back today. Got a good field for our finale. These are 2-year-olds. 2-year-old registered Indiana bred quarter horses, and they're going to be going 350 yards. Purse of $18,500. We do have the scratches of each of the also eligibles, 11, 12, 13, 14, but still have a pretty darn good field competing at the distance of 350 yards. Let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of the horses. You know, as we've talked about before, the learning curve for 2-year-olds is completely different for each animal. It's that simple. So sometimes a lot of these horses took a couple months off after really just not showing too much in the beginning. Need a little more seasoning, a little more work, maybe just time to mature and develop. You have to be patient, and most of our trainers are extremely patient in understanding what makes these 2-year-olds tick. All right, let's see who's going to rebound today, because I think there might be a long shot or two in the mix. All right, I'm going to go on top with number 2, and that's Ivory Jane. Patrick Easter's homebred. Ivory Jane is also, she looks like she's moving in the right direction for trainer Natasha Perez. Natasha of late has done extremely well. Went through a little bit of a dry spell, which everybody does. Even Tim Eggleston every now and then doesn't win a race or two. But Natasha's horses were struggling a teeny bit, and then last month just came back with vengeance, won 2 stakes on our last all quarter horse day. So really going in the right direction for this hands-on horsewoman. Now this is a filly, like I say, by Ivory James. She's going to make her 4th career start today, and she has the regular pilot and a very talented rider, Diego Bocanegra. That's my top choice. Let's go next to number 5, and that's Buck Bunny. Returns off a 6th place finish in his debut. That was on July 15th. This is a colt by Mo Zumo, as we've talked about before. Very common in quarter horse racing for the girls to face the boys. No real advantage. Remember, they're sprinting fairly short distances, so it's all about who can get out of the gate quickly and maintain that straight path to the wire. This colt is trained by Sacramento Chavez and has run over a sloppy track before, and that's about the only one that has. Not a lot of horses have the experience on the off track, so I think that moved the horse up a little bit for me. So tricky for a lot of horses, especially the 2-year-olds. Oscar Macias, who I think is one of the most underrated jockeys in the colony, has the call. So this colt deserves a long look. That's number 5, Buck Bunny. All right, let's move on to number 3, and that's Tarzanito Express 23. Bred and owned by Rose Bodie. Makes his 2nd start of the season off a very troubled trip last month, which was a trial for the leader of the class, Sail Futurity. Trainer German Rodriguez, wow, we can't talk enough about his accomplishments this season, but he trains, but also will ride the son of Tarzanito. And I think this horse has every right to improve following that pretty challenging trial race last month. That's a gelding. All right, we'll go next to number 4, Philomena. This is a filly. She's had a little time off since running in Gordon Mobley Futurity trials. That was in June. This is a filly sired by Just Being Valiant, and she ran 3rd in her debut on May 21st. So she's another one capable of a good effort for trainer Jesse Vasquez and her husband Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for the stable. Again, you don't see a lot of past performances for these 2-year-olds, so anybody could really show up and have a good out this afternoon. But I'm going to go with 2, 5, 3, 4 as my top selections. However, as we love to talk about our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, I do have, I think, a very sneaky long shot in today's finale, and that's number 9, John P. Ridge. 30-1, made absolutely no impact in his in his debut for trainer German Rodriguez. That was back in June 28th, but this is a gelding by What a Corona, posted a nice bullet work just 10 days ago. So again, with these 2-year-olds, sometimes it's just, they have the wake-up call, have a little more training, a little more gate work, and they're ready to fire. I think this horse certainly deserves a second chance. He'll be ridden by Antonio Rodriguez, who not only is German's cousin, but a very, very key component in the Rodriguez barn. They're close and they work together, breaking horses and training as well. All right, so that's it for today. Good luck to all of our entrants, and we'll see you back tomorrow. I do want to make a comment about our next all-quarter horse day, which is coming up a week from Saturday. And I'm not sure how many races we're gonna have because we haven't drawn yet, but there'll be trials for the two major futurities on Saturday, October 4th, 10:45 a.m. start. All right, have a good evening.
The horses call post right now for the 9th race. Closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 350. Went fast track, no wind, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. Scratch 11 prime for Encore. 12 HH chasing CJ. 13 apolitical Elmo, and 14 FA Lilies of Wins. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 through the number 14. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured on the wagering menu here. 2 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. A.E. King JB uses a flipping halter. First to move into the starting gate here for the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. Orlando Pena for Tim Eggleston, who won the thoroughbred feature of the day. Ivory Jane has joined A.E. King JB. Silbo into the starting gate. Tarzanito Express, 23. Blue Collie DHD. Philomena, white and turquoise. One Sweet Cigar. The hot pink went in well. Philomena joins. Buck Bunny. In goes John Pete Ridge. Now Buck Bunny. Philomena, 7-5 favorite. Now 350 yards. One more. Jamarius O'Neal with Vendetta Grande. Went fast track, no wind. Wednesday post time slated for 2:10. Here comes the last. All in. Philomena getting very fractious there in the starting gate. That was Philomena. They were all in line. Well, they were close to a start, but now taking a look at Philomena. Late scratch on for Philomena. Was the 8-5 favorite. Got fractious in the gate there. Now ordered scratch by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 3:50 start. Off comes the saddle. Off goes Philomena. 8-5 favorite now withdrawn from the maiden juvenile dash. All wagers on for Philomena. Refunds. There will be 6 and 4, that consolation double. 6 and 4 for consolation double. They're backing the horses out to the starting gate. back at the gate and reloading. Winning for Buck Bunny, John P. Ridge, and Vendetta Grande will be last. John P. Ridge going back into the gate. Once again, one more. Vendetta Grande. Late scratch on the 4, Philomena. The 4 is a non-runner. 350. Wet fast. No wind. All in. Off in the Tuesday finale. Fast starts for Ivory Jane. Right there is A.E. King JB leading the maiden juvenile charge past the 220. Lugging in is Vendetta Grande. Vendetta Grande crossing over several paths with the rail for Rolando Pina. A.E. King JB by a wide margin. Ivory Jane with Vendetta Grande. One Sweet Cigar. And Tarzanito Express 23 next. Will be a steward's inquiry into the maiden juvenile. Number 1, A.E. King JB, 2-1 first. Steward's inquiry into the running. Hold all tickets. Result of the photograph, second to number 2, Ivory Jane. 10, Vendetta Grande, third. It's unofficial inquiry. 8, One Sweet Cigar, fourth. And 3, Tarzanito Express, 23, fifth. 1, 2, 10, 8, 3, the unofficial steward's inquiry pending. Your attention, please. After an inquiry, the stewards have made a decision. After an inquiry, number 3, Tarzanito Express, 23, has been disqualified from 5th and will be placed last for interference in the running of the quarter horse maiden juvenile. We are standing by for a final time for the 350, wet fast. There was no wind. 1, 2, 10, 8, and stand by for the new 5th. 3, Tarzanito Express, 23, disqualified from 5th and placed last. Number 9, John P. Ridge, now placed 5th for the quarter horse Pentafecta, 1, 2, 10, 8, 9. 18.101 seconds for the 350. Wet fast track. A.E. King JB out to the maiden juvenile ranks. Clocked 18.101. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle 1, A.E. King JB with Rolando Pina. Winner's a 3-year-old Great Gelding by I Am King. And a Blur of Fun by First Class Sign. Bred here in the Hoosier State by owner Aiden Eggleston. It's a thoroughbred quarter horse double for Tim Eggleston, who tops the quarter horse leaderboard. Meet leader and wins Tim Eggleston. Took out the FanDuel feature of the day with Beach Dancer. And here the quarter horse maiden juvenile closer with A.E. King JB. Both breeds double for Tim Eggleston on the card. 1-2, 10-8-9. Stand by for the official after the finale. Result confirmed by the judges. Again, there was an inquiry and subsequent disqualification. That was 3. Tarzanito Express 23 was disqualified from 5th and placed last for interference in the running. 1-2 exacta, $18.80. 50-cent trifecta paid $74.70. 6-1 double, $71.40. 6-4 consolation double after Filomeno was a late scratch. Fractious in the gate ordered scratched. 6-4 that consolation double, $13.60. 10-cent superfecta, $134.90. One sweet cigar ran 4th. Final pick 3 of the day paid $49.30. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta returned $736.28. Number 9, John P. Ridge, was placed 5th into the quarter horse. Grand high 5, 18.101 seconds. Wet fast, no wind. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing scheduled tomorrow, Wednesday post time. In fact, Wednesday and Thursday cards this week from 2:10 until next time. For all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Tuesday finale. Fast starts for Ivory Jane. Right there is A.E. King JB leading the maiden juvenile charge past the 220. Lugging in is Vendetta Grande. Vendetta Grande crossing over several paths with the rail for Rolando Pina. A.E. King JB by a wide margin. Ivory Jane with Vendetta Grande. One sweet cigar. And Tarzan. Off in the Tuesday finale. Fast starts for